Welcome to OBS World, a revolution in car culture and technology. It's a 3D metaverse that merges real-life petrol heads with Web3 enthusiasts. Come inside and let me show you around. It all started with Dmitry, a die-hard car enthusiast who gathered a community around his love for cars. His vision went far beyond collecting cars. He dreamt of a space where anyone, anywhere in the world could tap into their passion and love for cars. This is where the OBS world takes shape, a fully immersive experience created by petrolheads for petrolheads. It's a place where the lines between the physical and the digital world blur. Meet our mascot, embodying the adrenaline, excitement, and precision that is the OBS world, a constant symbol of the fusion between human spirit and technological innovation. The OBS world is all about the community, about bringing car enthusiasts together, sharing experiences, and creating a digital automotive ecosystem like no other. The heart of the OBS World app is built to connect and inspire petrolheads. It's a place where you can keep up with the latest car news, join virtual and real events, and share your passion with others just like you from around the globe. The app lets you customize your garage, showcasing your personal NFT car collection. And then there's our NFT marketplace, a treasure trove of unique digital collectibles and experiences. Cars, garage spaces, and even tickets to exclusive events. All of these become pieces of the automotive world you can own and interact with in exciting new ways. We're not just bringing the thrill of driving to your fingertips, we're building bridges between the virtual and the real. With OBS World, we're giving every car enthusiast a chance to be a part of the global car culture. It's not just about driving or owning cars, it's about the passion, the community, the thrill of being part of something bigger than yourself. Every feature, every detail of the OBS world is designed with one goal in mind: to fuel your passion for cars, to bring car enthusiasts together, to create a global, immersive, and dynamic car culture. And this is just the beginning. We're constantly innovating and pushing the boundaries of what's possible in the real and the virtual world. We believe that everyone should experience the automotive world, regardless of where they are. So join us. Be a part of this revolution and help shape the future of car culture. Because at OBS World, we're not just an app. We're building a community, a lifestyle, a movement. Welcome to OBS World.
Cars for me is mentor, style of your discipline, of your life of goals. I believe and I know car can charge your batteries when you need it, because you have some special connection with your car, because car has story, and this story is not just, it's part of your story. This is we are petrolheads. OBS World is not just about cars, it's more about community, dreams, passion, networking in petrolhead life. Nürburgring event is an example for our future users who will join us and create his history on new page of culture. This is possibility they can find in OBS World.
Right before last year's OBS World Endurance Cup, sponsored by OpTibet, we announced that the winners will receive a ticket to go to real track day and experience something which not many people do. The most difficult thing going from sim to real is obviously the feeling of the car. You start to feel the weight, and also there's no reset button. They've all adapted incredibly throughout the day and started setting really good lap times with the cars. I think they really maximized it and have impressed many people around the paddock.
Young people now starts with sim racing, and if they like it, of course I'm sure they will say, one time I have to drive at Nürburgring Nordschleife. They want to feel it in nature.
Very, very lovely, very expensive car, so I was a little bit cautious, just starting to get up to speed, get confidence in the car, especially on the braking. The braking was quite a big difference. You get a lot of G-force in the real car, so just being able to just get up to speed with that was important at first, but I think by the end of the first session I was starting to feel confident, and then when I went into the second session, you know, it was flat out, and the instructor was fantastic. It was really good. I enjoyed it a lot, and I still think there's more time in it. The racer inside me wants to go faster, but yeah, massively enjoyed the experience, and I'm very grateful to OBS.
As we continue our journey across the world, we take a look at where we've been, from the far reaches of Spain to the sunny coasts of Southern California, all the way back over to classic circuits such as Zandvoort and Spa. And today we find ourselves on a new offering on the iRacing service in the form of Mugello for the all-time group. 4 hours of Toscana as we get ready. Looking ahead, we still have Road Atlanta and Sebring on the schedule, so plenty of time left to go. But Joe Peak, who joins me here in the booth alongside myself, DJ Clark, this circuit, a little bit of a different moniker than everything else that we've run to. Classic, beloved by fans the worldwide, but known a little bit more as a motorcycle venue, and that's going to change up the racing dynamics here today.
Exactly. So it's a lot of long sweeping corners, as you can see. And part of that means that you don't have many long straights either, since it's a technical back and forth track. Really, that front straight is the main place that you're going to see drivers really get to go full tilt. Otherwise, it's just constantly playing with the throttle. While this does say that overtaking opportunities are there in 4 different places, mainly expect them down into turn 1 into San Donato. Otherwise, here at Florence, near Florence, I should say, the drivers have some beautiful scenery, but they won't have time to pay attention to it.
No, they certainly will. As we take a look at the history here of Italy and the Tuscany region, absolutely beautiful. I've had the chance to spend a little time in Florence. Granted, it was about 15-20 years ago at this point, but still an absolutely gorgeous and picturesque background for the venue that we race on here today. And in terms of Mugello itself, this really and truly is just about as picturesque as you can imagine. Those classic rolling hills of Tuscany just to the outside of the circuit as we get ready here today for the latest offering of the OBS Endurance Cup powered by HundredForce. 4 hours on the clock, a little bit different than what we've seen in the past, and on a more traditional style layout as opposed to the last 4-hour race we had in the form of Long Beach. That's going to play into the minds of the drivers and the teams a little bit more as everything starts to shake itself out. And of course, we always got to be talking about that lap traffic around the circuit. That's going to play a big factor here today.
Absolutely, and like I was saying, there's really that one long straight, so it's very difficult to try and manage your way past that traffic, mainly because it's a lot of back and forth portions of the track. So what that means is that drivers will be crossing the racetrack for the natural racing line, and that is what often leads to confusion in multi-class racing. So you need to keep your wits about you and make sure that you're giving clear intentions to the drivers around you.
Yeah, clear intentions are going to be the key. One of the other keys here today, high tire wear, something to watch out for that is going to be very tricky. But as we take a live look at the circuit right now, it's Race Onion in the Acura that is up on top as they set a new fastest lap in the offering here for the OBSP category. Up at the top, the prototypes working their way around right now, trying to get plenty of clean air, as I think that's going to be another big storyline here today, is running in that dirty air around this circuit going to make things very difficult for these high downforce entries.
Yeah, you talked about the tire wear that drivers are going to have to be worrying about. If you're in that dirty air, that's going to make it worse. So you it's kind of like Formula One style, where drivers will maybe try and make a pass early, but if they find they can't do it, you'll see them have to back off and give some space to the car ahead and rethink things for a bit, because that dirty air means you're going to slide the tires more across the track, wear them off more. And we're told if they push 100% by the end of the stint, the tires are at 0. There's nothing left in them. So you do have to preserve.
Yeah, and that is absolutely remarkable. I mean, that is something that we really haven't encountered at any point over the course of the season thus far. So that's going to be a big game changer here, I think, when we claim about the way that that's all going to play out. Team Fordzilla right now in second place. Drivers are allowed to finish their hot lap here at this point. So Team Fordzilla trying to close down that 2/10 gap on Race Onion. Up ahead of them, that's WSR Esports butt kicker Gabriel Roos behind the wheel of the car right now in that Cadillac as they try to be able to get everything to play. Beerskin by Simsa just pipped to 5th place by BC Vault by Simsa. So there's a little bit of a change. They're working their way back onto the main straightaway right now. This long main straight. Let's see if we've got any changes there. OBS World by Simsa not able to get anything done. Looks like an improvement there for WSR Esports butt kicker, but they're not going to move their way up the charts.
Watching to see if anybody else can complete the lap here. I do see Sierra Esports still coming around Bucine right now. And then we've got WSR Esports on screen. I think they just completed a lap, as you mentioned. So, yeah, I think that is it. And that looks like our grid has been set because Michael Cook is bringing that number 21 down to pit lane.
Yeah, bringing it down here at this point. So we talk about the differences in the cars here, as we always sort of do the prototype category. OBSP really adding that new layer of things to the 4 different makes and models of cars. I've got to think here that probably the Acura and the Porsche going to be in a little bit better standing here today. That Acura in particular, known at lower speed corners to be very, very agile and very, very quick to be able to work its way around. It changes directions quite well, and that's proven out by Race Onion being at the top of the charts. Porsche as well, a well-rounded car, pretty stable. Same with the BMW. There is the success ballast as well. The Cadillac, 9 kilograms, it's the least ballast that we have, but by the same token, Joe, that sort of understeery tendency of the American model, I think it may come back to bite here a little bit today.
Absolutely, that's going to be a struggle. So they probably should be happy that they finally have the least success ballast, because for a while it definitely was being weighed down by a lot. I think it started off the season extremely well. Unfortunately for them, they have not been able to kind of repeat that. And then down in the GT3s, you can see that the Porsche is the one seeing the most of it, with Mercedes and Audi also finding themselves kind of knocked back a little bit. But BMW given absolutely nothing, just a goose egg, as they're going to play catch-up here today.
Yeah, and they find themselves about 6th and 7th in the category, but let's go ahead and run you through the grid here at this point. Working our way at the front, it's going to be Race Onion and Team Fordzilla on your pole positions. Only 0.2 of a second separating those two. Then it is OBS World by Simsa and BC Vault by Simsa. 2 Porsches making up row 2 behind them. We'll have to see how those 2 similar makes and models compare with each other. Gabrielle Roos, that we followed for WSR Esports butt kicker, is going to be joined by Beerskin by Simsa, with Konachek there in P6. As we work our way back into row 7 here at this point, it is going to be ATRS Community and Slow and Confused. Kundalis putting that Cadillac into position there. That's the 2nd Cadillac on the field. Sierra Esports with Michael Cook will line up 9th, with Matt Danson for Altus Esports in 10th place. 2 more OBSP machines to bring up on the grid. That's going to be Bovano's SimRacing team, Gourlay there, and Pedro Barbosa for Grow Racing team will round out your OBSP top class.
And we get to the LMP3s with SRB Motorsport on the pole for them. SRB Motorsport by R&R, the sister team, will be on their outside. You've got Beaver Grease Racing Plus starting in 3rd, followed by Locals Autosport in P4. SRB Motorsport by Lint Vega will begin from the 5th spot, and the outside of row 3 sees SRB Motorsport by GE. The number 111 MTS Garage starts in 7th. SimSpot Racing will start next to them in P8. 2 to go green with an excellent qualifying there in 9th for the 315 machine. And Yellow Submarine Sim Lab will start in 10th. And just a few more with A&R Endurance Esport number 58 starting in 11th. Locals Autosport Black and the number 213 machine starts P12. And A&R Endurance Esports will be 13th. And the last row sees 4SR Racing in 14th and Yellow Submarine Squad numbers 531 starting in 15th.
As we move on back into that GT3 category, it's all Porsche in the front row, with PPF Racing Team and Klitkas up at the front, followed by Blue by Techie there in 2nd place. Moving back into row 2, it's 10/10ths in the Audi, followed by Jonathan for Valkyrie Competition, the first Ferrari in the field in P4. P5 is Over the Limit Racing Blue with Stakiokas there in 5th. Then it is the first BMW that we've faced for Yellow Submarine Sim Lab with Salim there in P6. P7 is going to be Renverse by Tomedo lining up in 7th place. Then Graboon has put the Trisbalv Esports machine in 8th place. Another Porsche there. Moving back through the field, it's another Porsche for SR Technic in P9, and then the first Mercedes in P8 with Jazowski for HundredForce in P10. Turbo Turtles lines up in 11th, one of my favorite team names there in that Ferrari 296. And then to them outside, it's the sister car for Yellow Submarine Sim Lab with Van Radigan in P12. Moving back into P13, it's Icarus International in their Ferrari, followed by another Mercedes for Transport Engineers by Vilnius Tech. Then that will round out your GT3 field here at this point. And of course, the Radarom team in the invitational entry driving that next machine there, the Mission R all-electric Porsche. Always happy to see that out here. Doesn't necessarily get all the love that we want to on the iRacing service, so it's always pretty fantastic to be able to see that.
Absolutely, and looks like we've got drivers ready to talk to us as well, including our pole sitter, DJ.
We do indeed. Eduardus Kleepkes for Race Onion, able to put that car up into pole position. That's got to feel pretty good, especially around a track that's pretty notorious for difficult to overtake on. How you feeling about it?
Oh, thanks. That was our teammate, a guy who did a pole position, who did a good time, lap time. We are very happy about that. That's the first time during this championship, and I think the team prepared much more better and probably at the maximum, and hope to have a good fun and be very clean and just have a nice race.
In terms of that nice race, one of the big storylines that we've been following building up to this has been that tire wear. How have you been preparing for that to be able to work through that tire wear issue that we know is massive here around Mugello?
I think there is no even limit to be even prepare better, but I think the most important, just not to be fast, but to control the pace, not understeering, oversteering, and trying to be very, very delicate on every single corner, and not to get your tires burnt. And I think that's even more important during your whole pace, not to lose it by the end of the stint, where probably majority of drivers are losing after the half of the stint, and then the pace significantly drop down.
Well, obviously wishing you good luck in that. That's going to be a very, very tricky thing. So what is the call here for the first stint? Is it all out attack? Is it holding back and watching that tire wear? Can we ask you a little bit about the strategy?
I think just we're gonna still keep the lead. We don't know what our other competitors is going to do, so therefore just the first is to keep the lead, and then depends on how many incidents or safety cars are going to be in place, and I think still first 3 hours to be just relaxing and not to fight so much, not to get into the trouble, because damage costs many minutes. Therefore, if somebody listening and want to pass, just welcome.
Well, we wish you all the luck in the world, my friend. Good luck to you out there, and we'll see how it goes.
Thank you very much. Nice words. And good luck for everybody.
All right, thank you so much. That was Eduardus Kleepkes able to join us up here in the booth. Looks like next up on the agenda, we have got from the 245 machine ready to join us right now, Justinas Burkas. And Justinas, good runs for you out there on pole in that LMP3 category. Is that a little bit going to plan? Is that what you guys obviously wanted to be able to do? And how well does that set you up for the race?
So this time I wasn't expecting pole for sure. It was actually very close to. So I think it will help us, but in the end I expect a lot of safety car here. It's a very tricky track, very hard to overtake other cars. So yeah, it will help, but I don't think it will be anything major.
Well, and you guys have had 3 poles here at this point, only 1 win to your name. What's the strategy to try to turn that luck around a little bit for race day itself?
So the strategy is to avoid crashes, that's it.
It sounds like a pretty good strategy there for you. I've got to imagine that's a good one. Justinas, thank you so much. Good luck to you out on the circuit.
Thank you.
All right, and next up we have Peter Zuba ready to join us here from the Race Onion team. Peter Zuba, a great pole position there, able to put that Acura into that top point at this running. With the Acura, does the natural tendency of the car give you a little bit of an advantage around here with the ability to change direction as easy as it does?
I would more say so that it's the BOP still favoring us quite a bit, so that's also helped me secure the pole position. Abel from Fordzilla put in a reasonable effort, so props to him. But yeah, I think it's still just a normal Acura track, like the whole season. So I think we've gone for the good car choice.
Well, you clearly have gone for the good car choice here. What's the strategy for you at when the green flag flies? Is this going to be trying to push here at the beginning, build a little bit of a gap, or are you going to let this race come to you a little bit more?
I'm relying on a lot of safety cars because the tire wear is massive here. If we don't get safety cars, then I don't see how any of us will finish with 3 sets of tires for 4 hours. It will be quite the stretch, so we are hoping for a lot of safety cars while we keep it clean as much as we can.
Well, keeping it clean, always an important thing here today. And one final question for you. How crucial is this in the championship? You sit a little bit back from here from Team Fordzilla. You're able to pick up a win today. Is that going to put you in good position going into the last couple of rounds?
I believe so, yeah. We've done the math quickly, and if we win all the remaining rounds, including this one, we should be able to secure P1 in the championship too. So that's our goal for today, is to secure the win.
All right, there you've got it. The goal for today for Race Onion, secure the win. Peter, thank you so much. Good luck to you out on the track.
Thank you. Bye, guys.
All right, bye-bye. Then there it is, Joe. You heard it from all 3 of our class leaders there, really banking on a lot of safety cars here today. Again, that's going to be a big concern for the fuel levels and the tire levels in particular. This sounds like this is going to be a lot more treacherous of a circuit than I think a lot of us anticipated coming on into this round. At least that's the vibe I'm getting from everybody.
Yeah, I mean, often we're kind of told some of these stories, and you have to take some of them with a little bit of grain of salt, but this one seems to need to be taken completely seriously. OBS World by Simsa, I see, heading to the back of the field. You can see them pulling off to the side there, so I think they're being given an end-of-line penalty for the start of this race, but now we take off behind the pace car, and even with the tire saving, see a few drivers trying to just warm their tires up a little bit out here. It is actually quite warm today, too, at 111 Fahrenheit on the track surface right now. So that's just going to add to the woes of trying to hold onto that rubber.
Yeah, exactly, and that's not going to make things a lot easier. Little bit of weaving there for Race Onion. Interesting from what they said there that, yes, this is an Acura track, but by the same token that this is a circuit that they really feel that the balanced performance coming to help them out there. One of the things that we love so much about sports car racing, that BOP really trying to get everything together, put everyone on equal playing field here as they go. So very fantastic to see all of that. But Joe, other than that tire saving here today, other than what we've talked to the drivers about, what else should we be watching for on this track? What else do you have your eye on?
Well, based on what we saw at Spa, I'd say just simply staying out of trouble is going to be a big part of it. We saw a lot of teams that were doing great at Spa, and then stuff came almost out of nowhere for some of them, especially you think about that LMP3 finish last time where the leader got taken out right at the end of the race. You can't take anything for granted in this series because it is an endurance race, and a lot of times that means survival is job one.
Yeah, that's always the key. You've got to be able to survive. It's the old adage that you and I preach time in and time out. In order to finish first you must finish. And that's exactly what these drivers have to do here today to try to get themselves into position and make sure everything is going to play out for them. Working their way through Sector 2 right now, down through Arabada 1 and Arabada 2 right now, the front of the field, just slowly but surely bringing their way around. Trying to see if they're going to be able to go. Prototypes up at the front of the field, ready to set the pace. A little bit interesting, Fordzilla maybe getting into some mind games there as they start to go double wide here. I personally would be still back in single file order at this point, but as they bring their way back into the back half of the circuit, it's clearly Team Fordzilla getting ready to start things off and maybe try to get into the head there of Race Onion.
They're raring and ready to go for sure, but yeah, we still have a couple corners left to go here as they'll plunge down the hill. This is definitely one of those places where drivers are going to have to keep their wits about them. Coming through the Biandetti chicane right here, it is extremely fast through this portion, and any of the OBSP cars that catch the GT3s in there are either going to lose a lot of time or they're going to have to make a tough decision on taking a risk.
Yeah, and with all of that extra tire load, I think you're going to have to be managing that as well. You know, going offline is going to scuff the tires a little bit. You're going to be putting some extra wear on the tires. As we heard from some of the drivers in the field here, banking on a lot of safety cars. We'll have to see how that goes. Now we work our way on through Bucine and ready to head back onto the main straightaway. And remember, this is a long main straightaway, and as we saw when Formula One raced here, is how a lot of non-motorcycle folks know this circuit. It can be a little treacherous here at the start, but there we go. It's Peter Zuba in control of the field for Race Onion. Team Fordzilla's Abel Torres to his outside. All eyes turn towards the flag stand here at Mugello as we get ready for the all-time 4 hours of Toscana. There goes the green, and there's chaos immediately from the beginning. That's Movano's SimRacing team, and I believe Sierra Esports getting into it down the main straightaway. We said that could be a problem, and it's happened from the start.
Oh, and their car is crabbing, so they are almost essentially immediately done. SRB Motorsport for the LMP3s leads them away, and they've got a decent start. But down in the GT3s, look at how tight it is coming up into San Donato. We could have a challenge for the lead.
We could indeed. That's Valkyrie competition, Blue by Techie and PPF Racing Team. It looks like it's going to be PPF that leads the way. That Ferrari trying to challenge there for Valkyrie. Big move for Blue by Techie as they try to make it work. They're going into the first chicane.
Wadauskas almost manages to get around the outside. It's not over. They're still coming up to Borjo San Lorenzo here, and they're still side by side. I think he's finally going to have to give it up. No, he's going to get a better exit, and he's looking for the lead. He's got it.
He has got it through sheer tenacity alone, and it looked like Valkyrie competition trying to be able to send a little bit of a move in there as well. Now offline for PPF Racing Team. They look like they've absolutely been spooked off of the line trying to regain everything. That is Kleepkes that we talked to earlier in the race. Maybe just choosing discretion is the better part of valor, holding onto the car for this 4-hour race.
Yeah, I wonder if they're thinking that, like you said, it's better to just let them go. But for the 14 team, they wanted that clean air badly, and so they're leading this race now. It just seems they were willing to use up a bit here at the start just to get themselves that track position, as this is Race Onion, and what a start over Fordzilla. They're already a second ahead.
Yeah, setting the fastest lap of the race. As you can imagine, they're the first time out. Grow Racing Team Blue, by the way, down into pit lane, out of that OBSP squad right now. They're going to bring the car in. I think they may have picked up a little bit of damage off of that first lap incident. And I think for Team Fordzilla here, the thing they've got to worry about is not letting Race Onion scamper too far ahead of them. They need to keep them within touching distance until we see how this is going to play out. Because there, as we see right now, the points breakdown as it runs. That's the points coming into the round, about 20 points separating the two. They've got to be a little bit careful. Fordzilla wants to protect that lead in the championship.
Exactly. You always have to be thinking big picture on these things. What is this going to, is this risk worth the championship itself if you are fighting for that? You always have to figure out what is our main goal in this race. If it's to collect points and to stay ahead of your rivals, well, that's what your decision making needs to be based on.
Yeah, exactly. And I think for Race Onion here, they've just got to push as much as they can. Joe, let's take a look back at this restart. Check up in front there, and there you see the chaos. Absolutely what happened there. Grow Racing Team, by the way, that was that BMW that came down to the inside, I believe. Excuse me, that may have been Movano's SimRacing Team that came down to the inside, but just absolute chaos there from the beginning as a result of that checkup down this long front straightaway.
Yeah, it was the 89 and the 21 both got the worst of that damage, it appears. But Altus Esports also was the one that we were kind of watching and focusing on, losing that rear wing. They're down behind the LMP3s right now because they're lacking a lot of downforce, but they're trying to carry on. Surely the spotter or someone else in the team has told them that they're missing that downforce, but I guess they're just going to try and make it to that first pit stop.
Yeah, I guess they're doing their best Peugeot impression here at this point as they try to carry their way around. Right now, we focus on a battle a little bit farther back in the OBSP category right now. This is the battle for third place. WSR Esports, Butt Kicker, BC Vault by Simsa, and Beerskin by Simsa. This is a Cadillac leading two Porsches here at the moment, and these Porsches look hungry.
Yeah, Adam State has that track position as they come up the hill here to Scaperia, where things kind of slow down. They're going to come over the crest, and then it's basically all downhill from here back to the start-finish line. There's quite a bit of elevation change here in the hills of Italy at this track. You can see some of it, but it really doesn't get across how much you're going up and down constantly. Adam State doing a great job holding them back in these early stages. He's forming quite a bit of a train, frankly.
Yeah, he's forming a train there as we see the third Porsche in line starting to close in on the back. This could be a little bit of a run for them, as that's going to be OBS World by Simsa, as you said, starting to close in. And here's where we see that positioning, coming down the main straightaway, trying to get a little bit of that draft as they jump into San Donato here at this point. Maybe we're going to see a move there by BC Vault. No, but we are going to see a move from behind there, as that's OBS World by Simsa. Big move down to the inside. They move up to P5.
Remember, they got an end-of-line penalty there on the pace lap, so they're basically climbing their way back through. Having made it through that crash at the start, they've gained a lot of positions, and they're already back up to 5th now that they've overtaken Beerskin.
Yeah, this is exactly the start that they want to have after suffering that penalty. Be a little bit aggressive here early on. Calculate that risk a little bit and put yourself into position where you're able to then move your way forward and then dictate the pace. They're going to close in behind BC Vault right now at this point and just see what they're able to get. Let's take a look at this. I mean, just very, very decisive moves down to the inside. As there we see the number 47 machine, BC Vault, just trying to hold on to that position as much as they can.
OBS World now up to 4th position and getting very close to the back of the WSR Esports car. So that Cadillac is probably no longer to be lead of the train here in a moment, because Walton is basically on a mission, just overtaking car after car here at the start. Now he's got the best opportunity as long as he gets an exit here onto the main straight. He's tried to set up, but I think he struggled there.
Yeah, I think he got a little bit of wheel spin coming off of that corner, just not able to get the power down. It almost looks like there that that 5th place car going to be a little bit closer behind. We take a look back on the outboard here, the 47 BC Vault by Simsa, not able to close it down. But I've got to say there, that 66, very good under braking going into San Donato and going to push their luck there into Lucio, and that is the move done. Move them back up to 3rd.
You know, it looked to me like State kind of saw what was going on and intentionally let him through. He didn't want to be pressured anymore. Maybe he was a little bit nervous that Alexander was maybe being too aggressive. Whatever the case, to me, that did not look like a mistake. That looked like kind of what we heard from one of the drivers in the pre-race interview. Let's maybe just let people go if we feel like they're pushing us too hard.
Yeah, and I don't think it's the craziest thing to do here at this point. I mean, certainly just better to keep things together. My question here at this point, though, is going to be the battle up in front. It looks like OBS World by Simsa is not done. They're attacking Team Fordzilla as this battle with the Porsches continues on. Beerskin by Simsa very close to the back here of Lars Baumler in that BC Vault by Simsa machine. Look at him almost pushing him through the corner there at that point.
So this begs the question, DJ. If they're able to slice through the field this quickly, are they using their stuff up too soon? As we see a little bit of a battle back in the GT3 category as well, and that's Ferrari getting a position up there, managing to slice through on one of our Porsches. I think that was Valkyrie Competition moving into P2 with that move. But yeah, I mean, yes, I think OBS World by Simsa has pace as they get second place now. I don't think they have this much pace. I think they're willing to use up a little bit of that rubber compared to all their rivals right now.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty fair assessment here, that they're probably pushing a little bit earlier on in the stint, trying to put themselves into good position before they come up against traffic. And that is going to start coming in here at this point, as it looks like that's going to be HundredForce up ahead of them, the first bit of traffic that they're going to have to work their way by. We see Team Fordzilla now having to navigate through that, going down Casanova right now. And I think that's a little bit of a calculated risk, that they wanted to put themselves in a position where they can be dictating the pace a little bit, maybe not close down on Ray Onion and Peter Zuba up at the front of the field, but see what they're able to do a little bit farther behind.
Actually, this trio who is having a bit of a struggle getting by some of these GT3 cars is catching Abel Torres now. Fordzilla is being run down not just by OBS World, but by WSR Esports butt kickers. So Adam State could have another position. Some of this may be some of the traffic, though.
It may be some of the traffic, and I wonder here at this point if, once again, this is a bit of a calculated risk by Team Fordzilla, as there we see the move. That's going to be the Cadillac, WSR Esports by butt kicker, moving down to the inside, going through Bucine. Move done. Team Fordzilla losing 2 positions over the course of 1 lap. But I wonder for Team Fordzilla if this is a little bit of reading the land right now. We have not seen a safety car up to this point, and I wonder if they're a little bit worried that if we don't see a safety car, we're going to go green in these stints, and they're going to have to hold on to those tires as long as possible.
Exactly, and I'm kind of wondering the same thing. Not like them to suddenly lack pace like that. Now, here's the interesting thing about all this, is they don't have anything that tells them what state the tires are in other than the temperatures. So they don't know how much percentage is left on the carcass of the tire. But they probably do have at least someone in their ear that is kind of monitoring the pace and letting them know, this is a little bit too hard, we need to back off. And I'm guessing maybe that's what they've been told is if others are saving, we need to save too.
Yeah, I wonder if that could be the situation. It also may be a thing where they don't have the natural pace, that they're having to push a little bit outside of their margins, and so they're now committing to a more fuel-saving game, or a tire-saving game, rather, going forward. Again, that balance of performance. They're really the only BMW running up in the top of this field. Indeed, they're the only BMW pretty much left here at this point, as Grow Race Team is 4 laps down. The only other remaining BMW in the field.
And in fact, it looks like the 21 team is going to just now return to the track, so I think that is all but the number 6 that is going to be able to carry on. I don't see Movano SimRacing out here anywhere, so they might be our first retirement for the day. And the battle rages on for what is now 4th place, with Fordzilla just ahead of Baumler's BC Vault car. And around the outside, Beerskin gonna go for a move and take it.
All right, if they see, oh, that got a little bit hairy coming up into the chicane there. I would not have been comfortable with doing that here at this point, but clearly they decided to go for it. My goodness gracious, some aggressive moves here early on out of this OBSP category. I really feel like they are trying to feel this out as much as they can and put themselves into position where they want to attack early on.
This is presented sort of an interesting scenario as they almost get into the back of Fordzilla there, who's really saving if they are that, or they've got some damage we don't know about. But because not everybody's doesn't seem to be going 10/10ths, that means that there's unexpected scenarios, you know, because when everybody's pushing, you can kind of know what to expect everybody to do, where they're braking and whatnot. Here, we might have some lift and coast, we might have cars just not taking corners as fast, so you've got opportunities to make those overtakes, but that adds to the unpredictability. So in that moment when I said everybody needs to survive, well, this honestly kind of makes it more difficult, because you when you have those unknowns of what the other driver is going to do, you can get caught out so easily by just the tiniest thing.
Yeah, exactly. As we take a look there at the average lap time, OBS World by Simsa really on the back foot, or really on the front foot here, about 4/10ths faster. Is there? That is going to be WSR Esports butt kicker moving their way by Team Fordzilla. BC Vault by Simsa also going to be hoping to do that. Slow and confused down into pit lane here at this point. Not sure what's happened to them. Oh, it is a penalty being issued. They were black flagged by race control.
Drive-through penalty for overtaking car 75 before the start line. That would be ATRS Community. So they've served that. They're back going. That's not the worst thing in the world. It'll lose them just a little bit of track position, but it's better to have that sort of stuff here early in the race, where we are likely to probably see at least one safety car that'll punch them up.
Yeah, exactly. By the way, look at this battle back in LMP3 here at this point. They're still running in relatively clean air. They're out by themselves, but this is absolutely stacked on top of each other here as they run. This is MTS Garage leading the train right now in P7.
Yeah, a lot of the field, but this is halfway up the field, actually. The top of the LMP3s have all kind of spread apart, but this is the first real stack up that we're seeing in this group. And in fact, I think that was Beaver Grease Racing overtaking Yellow Submarine back there as well. And we're going to watch them come down the main straight as our overall leader, Race Onion, manages to find a perfect spot to overtake most of them, but you can see them having to kind of pick and choose their way past, because this front stretch weaves back and forth, so it can make the racing line sometimes not as obvious as you'd think.
Yeah, it makes it a little bit more difficult. You know where you're going to be when you set yourself up for going into San Donato, but certainly a little bit different down through the field. There's the 213, by the way. That is Locals Autosport Black. They run in 9th place that we follow right now as the rest of the LMP3s work their way on through, try to be able to get on by and find a little bit of clean running here. This is the part of the running, though, where you get really afraid if you are a GTP car, if you are one of those OBSP cars here at this point. Not necessarily because of the unpredictability, but because of the similarities between the cars. It's not nearly as bad as necessarily if we were running LMP2s out on the track, but the higher downforce here in the LMP3s, the similarities to the OBSP cars, it just makes it all the more difficult to overtake.
Got another penalty. The 532 is given a black flag for collision with car 58, and that would be A&R Endurance Esports. So that's what we've got going on there. That's two of the LMP3 cars getting that penalty, but this train just keeps on going. With the number 111 unfortunately boxing in a couple of cars, and in fact almost some contact in there, as the beer skin machine is going to be able to use that to their advantage, but narrowly avoiding disaster.
Narrowly avoiding disaster, but great heads up there for Christopher Kochenek there to be able to recognize that issue and take advantage of it. They're getting by the Cadillac as they work their way by in LMP3 right now. A little bit of smooth sailing in front of them as they run. Now up ahead of them, that's going to be 2 to go green that they still have to get their way on by. Let's see. Oh, well, this is starting to get hairy. This is not where you want to catch those other cars.
WSR Esports managing to get through, but would like that position back, going on either side of the SR Technic Porsche. And now he's got to watch out for 2 more of our OBSP cars that are rocking up behind him, also fighting for position. Swinging down through Casanova here. A big plunge and a very fast set of corners here through that and Savelli for these cars.
Yeah, just trying to hold on here, trying to see what they're able to get done. Here look at this, starting to have a little bit of pressure here as they run. This is Team Fordzilla just continuing to fall back through the field. This is BC Vault by Simsa now that is closed into the back of them. And even if this is a tire-saving strategy here for Team Fordzilla, I've got to worry about overall pace. They now find themselves 13, almost 14 seconds off of the leader here.
Well, but they do have a lot of very clever people working for that team. Very fast drivers driving for it. So this makes me wonder if they are kind of thinking, you know, we heard one driver say, I don't know if we can even get to the end on these tires if we don't have a safety car. So you mentioned it earlier. They could be trying to kind of bank on the fact that, well, if we don't have it, we'd rather actually have tires. Because once you're out of that tire allocation, that's it. You don't have any more. You can't like go to iRacing and say, hey, can you give me another set? You're just basically out of tires.
Yeah, and so we're going to have to see how this strategy plays out. I mean, we're not seeing necessarily blistering pace out of the rest of the field. If you look at some of these lap times, they've definitely started to back off through the field here. Race Onion about 1.5 seconds off of their best time. Walton for OBS World by Simsa about 1 second off of his best time. Obviously some traffic playing into that as well, but it's definitely a decision, I think, to be backing off here. But Lars Baumler, this could be the race-winning strategy. We don't know. I do worry about what can happen on the back and forth. But again, it's a long race to go. We're only 20 minutes into this thing and a lot of decisions left to go. I think for a lot of these drivers up in front, as you said, Joe, they're banking on safety cars, and we haven't seen one yet.
Absolutely, and they've certainly look like they've got something going on in their heads there as they continue to be chased by the BC Vault car, who maybe they're starting to pick up the same deal as them and thinking, oh, well, if they're going to be backing off this much, then maybe they know something we don't, and we should be thinking about the same thing as they come down through that final corner. We're definitely getting well into the thick of things as they're going past the LMP3s. Just saw somebody head into pit lane, though. I think that was the 532, and did they have a black flag? Okay, they're just serving their black flag, I think, right now.
Yeah, we're going to take a look on board here at this point, and we see a little bit, frankly, of what you would imagine. You mentioned it earlier, Joe, kind of Formula One style driving here. I'd argue also a little bit of oval driving. We're Americans. We have to bring up oval racing at some point in time. It's a requirement, contractually obligated. But keeping that Porsche in the clean air as much as possible, trying to get some clean air over the front of that nose, probably trying to reduce that tire wear as much as possible.
Absolutely, yeah. You kind of have to try and go slightly off the racing line to get some of the downforce on the car, keep it from sliding around as much. So you will see that from that 47, just be slightly off the line. As down on the bottom, we've got Beaver Grease Racing chasing on a Locals Autosport Black, but we're going to go back to this little semi-battle, I guess you could call it, and it doesn't seem like they're really fighting too hard as they're both just kind of pacing themselves at this stage for the 5th position in OBSP.
Yeah, just trying to figure out what it is, and I wonder here if an opportunity will present itself for BC Vault by Simsa, if they're maybe going to send a move down to the inside here of Team Fordzilla, just trying to see if they can get themselves to go through some of this lap traffic that we're seeing. I mean, you know, it's kind of one of those things that they look like they're happy and content to just hold behind and not have too much of a battle, but if something flies off in front of them, might as well take a position if it's offered.
Exactly. Now, as we take a look at the GT3 leaders, this, I kind of wonder if it's the same thing going on, because Valkyrie Competition, remember, they had fallen off just a little bit, but they made a pass that we saw on screen for second, and now they've run down the number 14. But are they interested in trying to pass, or are they also just going to sit here?
Well, they're going to have a little bit of an easier run. Remember, less downforce on these GT3 machines means that you're not going to have nearly as much of a disturbed aero wake behind you, so you're able to run behind a little bit safer, a little bit easier, a little bit better. And so I wonder if that is playing into their strategy here a little bit, that they're just content to hold behind.
Yeah, I think that's likely going to be the case in this situation. So that's Poulet and the Valkyrie Competition Ferrari chasing on Ladauskas currently for this lead in the GT3s as they get ready to complete lap 12 of this event. And let's not forget one thing that we haven't touched on yet, DJ, is this is, well, I guess you could call it a modern F1 track now. It's has been used. It's got all this paved runoff around. Now, what that means in iRacing is it's easy to rack up incident points. We saw that at Spa, too. At 40 incident points, you get a drive-through penalty. That might sound like a lot, but you have to spread that out over 4 hours.
Yeah, that is a very, very good point here, Joe. You really have to be careful about making sure that you're able to limit those as much as possible and keep everything together. I mean, you don't want to get those too early. Now, some of these drivers may be banking on them as much as possible, banking on those incident points and trying to store them up here a little bit. Let's see if that is the case, because then if you can bank those incident points at the later stages of the race, they'll come back to you and you can start using them up a little bit more.
Oh, and I think Fordzilla gave up another one. Yeah, BC Vault has managed to go through with some of the traffic, so change for 5th place in the OBSP category as we watch that lead still running between 14 and the 177 here in the GT3s, heading down through Korean Tao. All different lovely but very Italian corner names around this track, which certainly trip up my tongue.
Yeah, it's not exactly easy here at this point to try to be able to get everything together. There we see this is how it happened. And this is exactly what I was talking about, Joe. Therefore, the number 47 BC Vault by Simsa, not necessarily wanting to make that push to get ahead, but saw an opportunity in front of them, got themselves into position, and just took it.
Nicely done. So that's going to be them up to P5, as I was saying, but they're about 2.5 seconds off of 4th place. So if they do want to try and push and get another position, they're going to have to use up a little bit of that tire. In the meantime, I believe that is our 2 class leaders exchanging positions. Race Onion up in the OBSP, just going by blue by Tiki Teki. Is that what we have decided is how it's pronounced?
I think we'll go with that until somebody corrects us here. So if we are pronouncing that wrong, indeed, if we're pronouncing anything wrong, let us know.
Yeah, so they'll let them carry on through. In fact, Altus Esports, who's not on the same lap as Race Onion, also going by. They're already a lap down. You mentioned earlier about Grow Racing 4 laps down, and CR Esports is 6 laps down. That's not going to be easy for them to make up. In fact, I don't think they're going to be making it up. It is now basically an extended practice session for them. Oh, and that's puff of smoke. That was Altus Esports with the lack of grip on the car, just about spun it.
Oh, man, that is a sketchy position to be able to do that in at this point as well. You certainly do not want to have any of that, and that is got to be a heart and mouth moment here for Blue by Techie here at this point, with Valkyrie Competition breathing down their neck.
I think maybe after that, somebody needs to talk to that 30 about coming into pit and replacing that rear wing. Now, they don't have a black and orange flag. It's not a requirement. They're allowed to keep carrying on, but I would not want to keep running without that downforce on the back because of that moment that we saw, well, at least the results of there. And I mean, at this stage, they've already lost a lot. They're a lap down. Might as well take an alternate pit strategy, hope that maybe you can get back to it a little bit later. I know that's going to put them under the gun in terms of the rubber. Of course, I guess they could just not change the tires on this time, but they're closing in on the pit window. Might as well just suck it up and replace that rear.
Well, and Joe, let's think of the other thing here for that car. If there's no rear wing, that means no downforce is being generated on the rear of that car. That means the rear end's going to be slipping and sliding all over the place, and that's going to increase the tire wear on the rear of that car. So I really have to think here at this point that they may want to come in regardless of how they're running just to be able to get that car repaired and save a little bit of that tire wear.
Yeah, that's a good point, but we'll see what they choose to do, because they didn't come in this time by, so they're going to try and carry on at least one more lap. As now we've switched over to some of our LMP3s down into turn 1. Beaver Grease Racing fending off Locals Autosport Black. This is a fight for 8th place.
This is a fight for 8th place. Very, very closely contested here at this point. 2 to go green, trying to put a little bit of pressure there to the back. Locals Autosport having to do one of the hardest things in racing, which is keeping your head on a swivel, ahead and behind, trying not to lose time back to 2 to Autosport, 2 to go green. Looks like they're going to be able to stretch their advantage just a little bit, that maybe that dirty air coming back into play. And they're going to lose a little bit of time up to Beaver Grease Racing, so that part of that equation not going to be factoring in all that much, but they've got to keep on pushing here at this point.
I always say the one class that I pretty much never choose is the middle class when you're racing, because of what you just described. You have to both try and attack on the slower class and make overtakes, which is even harder with the LMP3s being so close in pace to the GT3s. And you have to watch in your mirrors because the faster class is trying to overtake you as well. I do not envy them. I mean, there's some people that like a challenge, and maybe that's why they're racing those cars, but certainly not for me. I'd rather be either the fastest or the slowest, as once again we check in with Ladauskas here in the lead of the GT3s.
I'm right there with you, Joe. Put me up in the front category. I am too competitive. I don't like to be passed. And so for me, put me up in the prototypes, put me up in the fast cars. I also like a car with a little bit more downforce on it, so that certainly helps out a little bit more. And I like the challenge of not having ABS on the car. It just suits my braking style a little bit more as well. What about you? Are you a GT3 guy? Are you a prototype guy?
I'm more of a GT3 if I'm honest, because I'm the opposite of you. I don't like downforce on the cars. I discovered, it's funny, I grew up loving open wheelers, and as soon as I got into sim racing as an adult, I got into those open wheelers and realized, oh my God, it's stressful trying to go that fast through corners. So I said, rip all the wings off and give me all the power, make it fast in a straight line but slow in a corner.
You're the crazy man who goes out and drives the Lotus 49s, too,
exactly.
So let's be clear about that. A little bit of a battle on your screen here at this point. This is, I believe, for the lead up in LMP3 here as they run. This is SRB Motorsport's R&R, and SRB Motorsport making things a little bit interesting.
Yeah,
no, excuse me. This is farther back in the field. This is SRB Motorsport by Vega in SimSpot Racing. This is the battle back for farther in class. This is about for 4th.
Yep, watching them come up through turn 1 here, and you can see behind them things getting a little bit interesting with the 3 different classes all in one here. Actually, no, excuse me. That is, like you said, that is the battle for 2nd here between Beaver Grease and SRB Motorsport. But they're going to be split by Vilnius Tech, the 117 team, who is going to at least let that next car by for the time being as they go through Casanova. And this has actually brought in Locals Autosport a little bit as well.
Yeah, it's brought them into the battle ever so slightly, so we'll have to see how that plays out. Locals Autosport about 1.5, 1.6 seconds back here as they run, so it's not out of the realm of possibility that they could certainly get themselves into position to really put themselves in a spot to be able to attack. Let's check back in on the battle up here at the top category right now. This is WSR Esport Butt Kicker and BC Vault by Simsa starting to close in a little bit more as they run. This is starting to get a little bit interesting.
Yeah, and you can see them cresting over the hill here and trying to set up the car for all the various lefts and rights that they have to navigate through Adams State. Still in that 116, up 1 position from where he started, is pulling off to the side. That was the Radarom car in the special category for the Mission R, so that's why they dove out of the way. And we're trying to just let them through because they have nothing to fight for other than trying to complete the most laps possible. But we're going to watch them now head down. Actually, we've gone back to, I think this is down the LMP3s, and now we're checking in on that GT3 lead once again. Valkyrie competition, it's been interesting seeing the ebb and flow of this one, because they'll get right up close to the number 14, and then they seem to back off just a little bit, and then they get right up on them again.
Yeah, I wonder here if this is a little bit of a cat and mouse game, if they're just running their own delta here at this point, because I look at those lap times that we're seeing out of that blue by Techie Porsche up ahead of them, and it looks like they're running about 149.9s, and what's interesting is that's about 9/10 of a second off the fastest lap that Valkyrie set down, and blue by Techie has been able to run a little bit faster. They've been able to get down into the 148. So I wonder if just traffic and all of that, if Valkyrie here is just running their own path, they're running exactly as they want to, and the variance in lap times here by the Porsche is just throwing them out a little bit.
And by the way, as an aside, I just want to say whoever painted that Ferrari did a fantastic job. That is a cool looking livery on that number 177. But all that matters is whether or not it's fast to this team, and so far it has looked like it's relatively fast. Still just kind of sitting and chilling behind that number 14, and maybe waiting and biding their time for the race to hit the pit stops for them. Speaking of which, I believe we should be seeing some of the OBSP and the LMP3s in relatively soon. I think we should be getting to the end of their pit window.
Yeah, I think we should as well. I mean, we are coming up here at about 33, 34 minutes into the race, which would be at about that time here at this point. So I think they will be starting to come on in here sooner rather than later. That's going to be another wrinkle to throw into the mix of everything. Checking back in, speaking of that battle, the Cadillac here of WSR Esports Butt Kicker and BC Vault by Simsa up ahead of them, trying to close on down. This the battle for 4th place in that OBSP category.
Also, the 181 was just given a black flag for spinning out the 148. So there you go on that. That's middle of the pack in the LMP3s. SRB Motorsport by Lin Vega going to have to come and serve in a drive-through penalty.
That's not good there for them. A little bit of contact, making issues farther back in the field. That is not going to go over well, I can guarantee you, within that team. Here we follow the number 59 machine as they try to work their way on through. This is the battle back for 20th overall. This is going to be for 11th in the LMP3 category.
Oof, that was a little bit sketchy for Tim Tromp that we're looking at then that number 59 machine going around the outside. Contact in front of them. 2 to go green. Unfortunately, I think running into one of our Ferraris, the Icarus International machine.
Heartbreak there for them, as that was not going to be the way to go, but there is going to be a little bit to gain here. Oh, look at this, an absolute traffic jam, and look at the damage there on the front of that LMP3.
Oh, and just behind them, Abel Torres nearly made contact now with Reniverse by Tomedo, that BMW. I think they managed to get away with it. This is getting a little sketchy. Remember, they're missing the front downforce on that 315 machine, so I don't know if they're aware they're missing that downforce, but they need to be careful into the corners.
Yeah, as we see the graphic there on your screen, OBS World by Simsa losing 2 seconds over the last 2 laps. That's a rough run there for them. They're not going to love to see that by any stretch of the imagination as they try to be able to put their way back forward. And that LMP3 not coming down into pit lane. That 2 to go green car going to stay out on track. Not sure if I love that call.
Well, and look at what's happening here. The BMW was actually kind of outpacing them for a bit, heading down the main straightaway, because they're down. Not only the downforce, but the aero on that 315 in a straight line is probably atrocious now. So they started to get beat by the time they got to the braking. Thankfully, they were able to pull ahead through the corner, having still just a little bit more grip. But yeah, I'm kind of surprised they weren't called in to replace that front clip.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised by that as well, but nevertheless, they were brought in to bring that out. So we're going to have to see what happens with that car here as they run. 2 to go green, just still working their way around. And look at this now, they've got a little bit of OBSP traffic coming up behind them. That's not going to be what they want to see. Hopefully that team is in good communication with their driver, letting them know that that is a very wounded race car in front of them.
Absolutely. Information is always extremely important, especially in endurance racing. You know, I was musing on that the other day when I was watching the Daytona 24. I mean, imagine what this was like before radios were so common. Think back to the 70s and the 80s, trying to race in endurance races like this, where you don't necessarily know what's going on. You're just out there and plugging away as hard as you can without damaging the car.
Yeah, very much so. And by the way, I am going to correct you. It was the Daytona 23 hours and 58 this time around.
Exactly.
But it's neither here nor there. But yeah, indeed. I mean, it's so difficult, and it's one of the things that these sim racers really have the advantage on is they've got a lot more tactile feedback underneath their fingertips, more information that they're able to have at their disposal, sometimes compared to even the real world as they drive around. So you definitely see that play out here as more information in the race car is always, always, always helpful.
Indeed. And hopefully everybody's got their race engineers in their ear out here and kind of informing them on what's going on, what's important that they need to know. Obviously, their main focus needs to be on driving, so you don't want to distract them too much, but you need to make sure that they have that pertinent information and they have the information that helps their decision making out there. Do I need to overtake this car right away? Do I need, like you said, need to be aware of a car having damage in front of me and maybe making some erratic moves that I wasn't quite aware of? But ultimately, it's in the driver's hands, and they have to make those good decisions in the moment. As you can see, we get more of our LMP3s just overtaking the GT3s coming down the main straight and towards San Donato.
Yeah, and just look at that pace difference there as we keep our eyes on that battle right now. That is the OBS World by SimSim Machine. Remember, we said they have been losing pace compared to some of the drivers around them. They continue to lose pace here at this point. That is not looking good for them. They have got to be in very rough condition here. I'm not sure if I love that for them, where they're standing. Maybe that tire wear, that early charge that we talked about, coming back to bite them just a little bit.
Yeah, it could be that, or it could be them actually backing off to try and preserve it now that they had gotten the track position. But they're still about 10 seconds behind Race Onion, so they've got a gap to make up. But at least they are in P2 at this stage, which is a whole lot better than the very back of the field they were at the beginning of this race. Definitely a testament to the 66 really having a good car underneath them that they were able to slice through so quickly. I mean, they did that probably, I'd say, within the first 15 minutes?
Yeah, I mean, they really went out there and pushed as hard as they could at the beginning of this race and sliced and diced their way forward to put them into a position to be where they are now. So this is a little bit of the back and forth that we have to talk about when we talk about these drivers and how they handle themselves.
Still being chased, though, by Kochanek there in the beerskin car as they've caught them back up. So this is for second position here, and surely we should be getting some pit stops here soon. I want to say 50 minutes is usually the most you could do. That said, we did see that I think it's something like 58% full throttle around a lap here. So this shouldn't be that thirsty of a track.
No, it shouldn't necessarily be that thirsty. And with all of that we are seeing here out of these drivers, I've got to be imagining that we're going to see a little bit of fuel saving here. And especially with the tires acting as the way they are, we are not going to be having the full push to 10 tenths here at this point that we necessarily would have seen if you were, for example, hot lapping, or if we were, for example, having a little bit more tires to be working with. So that could be a little bit of the back and forth that we see.
Absolutely. So we'll see if this extends it pretty far, as we're going to watch both the onboard here with the beerskin car, as on the top of your screen is that same battle between them for second place. Just managed to get by Grow Racing Team Blue, one of our OBSPs that had problems at the beginning of this race and are just kind of plugging away out there. And now they'll go through beyond Dedi. Now that swift chicane I was talking about before, this long downhill corner of Busini. It is more than 180 degrees, so it's actually quite difficult to nail this one. But perhaps the most important corner that you get right, at least the exit of it, because now you can see it is more than 1 kilometer down the straight. What was that?
That looked like a move down to the inside of the LMP3, kind of thinking about it there at that point and just not really able to get it to play. That was a very bizarre situation. I am not sure what that was for that beer skin by Simsacar. That is one of the stranger ones I have seen here at this point.
Yeah, I went back to review it on my screen, and as far as I can tell, the only thing I can think of is it looked like maybe he was distracted trying to, fiddle with something in his car, his settings. Even in the sim world, much like in real life, you're constantly having to do various things and mess with the brakes and whatnot in these cars. So Christopher just may have been momentarily distracted, and as we've learned ever since cell phones, distracted driving is dangerous driving.
Exactly, and especially when you're running at these speeds on this difficult of a circuit here, it is not what you want to be doing. You certainly want to keep all your wits about you as much as possible. And look at this, I mean, that's caused about 0.5 of a second. The gap starting to grow here at this point between the two of them as it's starting to build out. We check back farther in the GT3 field here at this point. Blue by Techie and Valkyrie competition. That battle continuing on now as they start to work their way through some GT3 lap traffic of their own.
And it looks like PPF Racing, have they caught up to them actually? I'd have to check the lap times, but they've got Klepikas back there within sight of them. It's only about 1.5 seconds between themselves and third place. So again, maybe we're seeing some of the pace ebb and flow between all the cars as they try and figure out, how do I preserve these tires? What can I run? And it seems like the 227 thinks they can run a little bit quicker, because I don't remember them being this close.
No, I don't remember them being this close either, so clearly they're starting to close in just a little bit more and get themselves into position where they're going to be able to challenge here sooner rather than later. Yeah, there you can see them starting to lurk in that background. Let's look at the last lap times here as they cross over the line. They're matching pace with them, and they are a second faster on that last lap. Blue by Techie, Valkyrie competition, both running 151s. PPF Racing down to the 150s.
Yeah, it looks like it was mainly that last lap, because I'm checking over the previous ones. So maybe it was a bit of traffic or something in there that slowed them up and allowed them to catch back up by that 1 whole second. Before that, it was relatively close on pace. So I'm going to take a guess that they just got slowed up by another car coming through or having to lap another car. Because I did see them having to go by, I think it was SR Technic, who was a lap down. So that might explain that situation. Even still, like you were saying, we still have that battle for the lead, battle in air quotes, between the 14 and the 177.
Yeah, it's still just kind of percolating here at this point is the word I would use to describe it. Not really getting too aggressive here as they run, but just trying to see where it's going to go. As we creep closer and closer, 45 minutes gone in this race, I've got to be thinking here that these these OBSP cars are going to be coming down into pit lane sooner rather than later. Nice little battle here starting to shape itself out, though. This is farther back down in the GT3 category. Icarus International and Renvorce by Tomedo. This is a battle down for about 10th in the GT3 category.
Yeah, so this is towards the latter end of the fields in those GT3s, and they've got Grow Racing Team trying to be very courteous here because they know they're not battling with anybody, so they're just trying to keep safe and going to be able to overtake that Renvorce by Tomedo car. Now he's, well, I thought he was going to try and get to the inside of Icarus International, decided he's just going to wait patiently between them, and that actually might have been the good move, is he's not going to interrupt that fight too much. So he'll carry on, and the battle for P10 will be able to return to the street.
All right, they're going to return to the street here at this point. Just keep this battle percolating on as they run. Fastest lap, by the way, has been set by Alexander Walton of the OBS World by SimSim Machine as they continue to try to close down on Peter Zuba in that race onion car. But this battle, it's a good line there for the number 3 BMW, reinforced by Tomitos, trying to close down. A little bit of a look there to the outside. They could be thinking about something.
And in fact, they are down 4 positions from where they started this race, so they're trying to make up for this kind of a reverse trajectory for Icarus, who have gained 3 from where they began this thing. Let's see if they hold on to it as we come down the main straight. This is going to be a good tow from Mantis, but I don't think he's close enough, and even a little bit of defense from Oscar is going to kind of sway him not to attempt anything.
Yeah, it's going to sway him here at this point. Doesn't want to throw everything away as they run. Good battle here in the LMP3 category. This is for the lead. Yeah, SRB Motorsports, R&R, Beaver Grease Racing Plus, and SRB Motorsport, they're all on top of each other.
Okay, let me check out and see what the lap times look like, because again, I don't remember it being this close here for the top spot. And yeah, looks like a much slower lap last time for the 2:37. So Beaver Grease has run them down a little bit, but they're bringing friends along with them. Essentially, the top 3 have suddenly come together here in the LMP3s, and at the same time, they've now got quite a bit of traffic, both in of the each of the other classes near them.
Yeah, I mean, this adds a little bit. Ooh, big twitch there as they came off of the corner, and that's going to set up a little bit of a run there for the, that is the Acura that works their way on by, but that's got to be a little bit of a scary moment for the lapping OBSP car as they got themselves on by.
Yeah, we saw in the upper right-hand corner, 3 seconds gained over the last few laps there. So big shout out to Larry, the stats guy, who helps us behind the scenes with a lot of the numbers work here. So yeah, that's a pretty big chunk.
That's a very big chunk to be taken out here at this point. And look at this. I mean, that's combination defensive line and having to watch out for drivers behind them. Everything just really starting to fire off here as we close down on the end of this first hour here at Mugello. Things starting to get interesting. We anticipated a race here where tire strategy was going to be the biggest thing, and it looks like drivers are now coming to the end of that stint and trying to figure out how they're going to be able to run everything. And Joe, I'll say it again, we still have yet to see a safety car.
Exactly, and a little bit of a bobble there from our leader as Andreas finds himself struggling to find the grip through turns 1 and 2. And now as he tries to duck underneath a reverse by Tomito car. Again, this is difficult because the GT3s are shockingly close on pace to the LMP3s. Now he's going to get by, and this is the separation he has been hoping for, because that lap traffic is going to hold up Mantis in the 8:15 just a little bit. But to your point about the pit stops, this is where it gets interesting. Because, yes, they want to try and save the tires, but once you get down to the fuel and you're going to change those tires, you might as well use them up, because at the end of that fuel stint, I mean, what are you going to do with the extra percentage on the tires? You just need to try and turn up the wick a little bit and use it up, because you don't want to come in extra time and pit off strategy on your fuel too.
Yeah, exactly. You don't want to throw that out the window. So how are you going to handle that? How is that going to go? I mean, this is why I love endurance racing, Joe. This is absolutely incredible here to be able to see all of this and getting itself working around here as they try to figure things out. Absolutely remarkable as they try to just figure out what they're going to do.
Back to our leaders in the GT3s in the meantime, and Valkyrie continues to be a shadow. Oh, we didn't see it on screen, but they just made contact with Locals Autosport Black, I think, just slightly into the rear of them. So I think they're going to be okay, but we're caught out trying to turn into the corner, and suddenly there was an LMP3 where they wanted to be.
Well, that's not going to help them out by any stretch of the imagination, as hopefully they're going to be able to escape that with a good amount of non-damage here as they run. We'll have to wait and see, though, as they come here. We keep our eye on the battle. SRB, Beaver Grease, and SRB Motorsport. This is still very, very tight for the LMP3 lead.
So that is Beaver Grease Racing catching back up to SRB Motorsport and putting the pressure on the Arabiata corners. This is one, and then you're going to see two here uphill. A lot of compression to help you, but then it crests at the top of it, coming over a blind exit. So you got to watch out. As it feels like you've got all the grip in the world, and then suddenly it'll go away on you.
Yeah, exactly. It'll just absolutely slide away on you. Very, very difficult. Again, taking advantage of the full complexity of this circuit in terms of all of the little changes that you have on the hillsides as things run and the topography of the Tuscany Hills here themselves.
Oof, that was a bit of a look there from Armalis, I think, for the lead temporarily, but Andreas kind of rebuffed him. Now they're going to get overtaken by Kundalis in the slow and confused car. Remember, they served that penalty earlier. Actually, no, slow and confused is pitting in this time. That is not for a penalty. That looks like a scheduled stop for them.
Yeah, and BC Vault by Simsa also coming down into pit lane here on lap 32. So this looks like it is the triggering point for the majority of this LMP or this OBSP field here at this point.
So the battle stays very, very tight. In fact, the other SRB Motorsport car there in third, definitely looking like they could be a serious threat. Now, this is kind of a difficult one for Beaver Grease, as a defensive move from Andreas up into turn 4 this time. Shows that he is a little bit concerned about that 815 behind him. But I was going to say, Beaver Grease is sandwiched by the two SRB cars, which are sister teammates. So that could make life difficult since they're kind of working towards the same goal.
Yeah, they're all trying to work towards that same goal, and I wonder a little bit about that as well, if they're going to find themselves into a rough position here at this point. More takers down into pit lane. OBS World by Simsa and Beerskin by Simsa, both coming in here at this point, so it looks like they are opting to come in and get that taken care of on the earlier side. Oh, but it looks like one of the drivers missing their pit lane. They're going to have to back in, and that's going to cost them some time.
Yeah, that was the Beerskin car, unfortunately, so Christopher had to give away a little bit, watching and waiting to see. I don't see them going up on the jacks, so this looks like they are going to double stint on this first one, which honestly makes sense.
Yeah, it does make sense here at this point to do that, to come on in, double stint, and put yourself into a position where you're going to, well, find a way a little bit more to make things work for you. If you have the tires later on in the race, that's going to make things easier for you. That's going to make things more calm as you go, as things will be able to hold themselves out a little bit better. Lead staying about what it was. There is that OBSP machine doing its Peugeot impression up ahead. Everything just trying to work itself out. I'm amazed that car's still running, by the way.
Yeah, I guess they are saving a little bit of fuel in terms of having less drag there on the rear of the car. Whoa!
Contact!
Is that Beaver? No, that's SRB. That's our leader in the LMP3s that are off. They didn't hit the wall. They'll get the car going, but that is them down to 4th.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if that was a little bit of netcode there in between themselves and the Beaver Grease Racing Plus machine, or if that was just a little bit of miscommunication, if they maybe carried a little bit too much speed through the corners. I am not entirely sure there. I don't want to necessarily comment on what that was, but definitely a spin there for your former leader in the LMP3 category.
From what I could see, it did look like netcode, but honestly, I think they were on a trajectory where they were going to hit each other anyway, so it just happened maybe slightly prematurely, but happened anyways. Also worth noting, as I was watching, remember the Beerskin cars, we get a replay of that incident there from above. Remember the Beerskin car missed his pit stall? Well, he left before OBS World for some reason. I don't know how and why, but their pit stop was quicker, significantly so.
Yeah, about 5 seconds quicker by the look of it, so I'm not sure what that was. We take another look at it there. Yeah, that was a little bit of echo. There was some air in between those two cars.
Yeah, like I said, though, I'm pretty sure they probably would have hit the way that the SRB car was steering in towards the apex. So I think the trajectory was definitely them. They would wind up running into one another. It looks like ATRS Community has pitted in, but we're still waiting on Race Onion and Team Fordzilla, who are running a much better pace on fuel or tires or something, because they're, I think, well, I guess they're just one lap beyond from most of them at this stage.
Yeah, I mean, this is a relatively long circuit, so you are definitely going to have that a little bit more, but my goodness gracious, I mean, very, very impressive there to be able to stretch this out. That's going to put them in good position. Let's be honest here at this point, that is going to be good running for them to be able to get things to go.
Fordzilla pits in, though. So the 966 is going to take their service, but Race Onion is the only one left in our OBSPs, which is interesting because they've been leading this race. So either they've got really incredible fuel mileage, or that's a bit strange. Usually you would think the car that is out front would be one of the first to come in because they're using up the most gas.
Yeah, that tends to be how you think that would run, but clearly that's not the case here at this point. So a little bit interesting that that's the way it's going to play out. I'm a little bit surprised by that. We look back right now at, there is that pit stop time that we talked about with Beerskin and OBS World, the two of them really putting themselves into position there with that slow pit stop for OBS World, putting them on the back foot.
Race Onion is still going. They did not pit in this time. So now they're a full 2 laps beyond Beerskin by Simsa, OBS World, BC Vault as well, pitted 2 laps ago. This is a bit surprising, but clearly they figured something out there in that Acura. As we've been watching some of our LMP3 cars. This is third place SRB Motorsport, no, second place I should say now, chasing the leader Beaver Grease Racing, catching up a little bit with that lap traffic.
Yeah, starting to close back in here a little bit more as they go. Oh, it looks like here that we've had our first tire-related issue on the day, a puncture here for car 87. Is running things a little bit too long. That can happen. That is 4SR Racing down in the LMP3 category. That can happen when you run those treads too long. The tires can actually puncture here.
Exactly. So for those that aren't aware, while in real life you can get sort of more random punctures here, that doesn't happen in iRacing. The only way that you blow a tire is, and you can see it right there, that little puff of smoke as they realize, oh, they don't have the grip they need, is if you run it down to 0%. That's why we've been making such a big deal out of this, is there we go, pitting in 4SR Racing, SRB Motorsport, and Race Onion, our overall leader. But yeah, we're making such a big deal out of running out of the tires because you can literally run out of tire and get a flat.
Yeah, and that's exactly what happened there at that point, getting that flat tire. That's obviously going to put them down into pit lane. They are already a lap down on the leading cars in the LMP3 category here at this point. As there we look at your leader, Race Onion in the Acura, coming down into pit lane. Now that is Valkyrie Competition also on your screen as they continue their attack. Only 1.2 seconds behind Blue by Techie, so it's not completely out of the realm of possibility. They're still a little bit closer than you think they'd like to be, and we've still got a little bit of an ability to close on in.
So I'm keeping an eye on Race Onion while we watch one of our leaders down here, our second place driver in GT3, and looks like more of our LMP3s are in, because I'm trying to see what the gap is going to be like between the 15 and the 116 once our overall race leader exits back onto the track. But there goes the GT3 second place being overtaken by another of our LMP3s down the main straight. Once again, just so close on pace that probably a bit frustrating at times between them. And it looks like Race Onion is back out, and the gap is showing at about 17 seconds. Race Onion has been running a pretty impressive pace here today.
Yeah, and especially if they're able to stretch that stint to the level that they did here at this point, that is even more impressive for them to run it. I mean, that is very, very good time. Meanwhile, this is a battle farther back in that OBSP category right now. Beerskin by Simsa in third place, getting closed down here on OBS World by Simsa. Remember, OBS World by Simsa should have been in front after that pit stop, but didn't exactly play out the way they wanted it to, courtesy of a long pit stop down into pit lane.
You know, the other fascinating thing about Race Onion is I believe they're the only ones to make it past the 1 hour mark as well.
Yes, they are. I was just making note of that myself, Joe, and what that means is theoretically, if they can keep up this pace and crucially keep up this amount of fuel saving, they'll be able to make this race on only 3 pit stops.
Exactly. Well, it looks like we've got a little bit of a review over the past first hour of this race, and man, we've had some excitement.
Yeah, we certainly have. Right from the drop of the green flag, we saw the chaos take place there right in front of the LMP3 field. One of the big stories, though, early on was the battles up in the OBSP category, the charge up through the field for some of the teams and the falling back through the order for Team Fordzilla. But it was a battle of the Porsches that kept us enwrapped early on. There you see Team Fordzilla falling back through the order, WSR Esports Butt Kicker, as well as Beerskin by Simsa, OBS World by Simpson, BC Vault, eventually making their way by the BMW.
Exactly, and as they start to catch the traffic, that played a major part in it. 2 to go green, unfortunately running into a little bit of damage, as also a strange moment for Beerskin by Simsa, weaving off the track. And then the lead change in the LMP3s when SRB Motorsports gets punted off the circuit. But we haven't seen anything from Race Control on that yet.
Yeah, we haven't seen anything from Race Control, but crucially here at this point, as we take a live look back on your screen, that is your leaders in the GT3 category coming down into pit lane. But crucially here at this point, we also have not seen the tire wear come into play nearly as much as we thought. Only one puncture here at this point, so that could be a big, big story going forward. We'll keep our eye on that. We follow the number 27 machine here out on track. That is Icarus International, as they are chased down by HundredForce. Ferrari versus Mercedes, a battle that is sure to be firing off both here on the sim and in real life in the near future.
Exactly, as we watch them come down the main straight, vying for position. This is for third, I believe, in for eighth in that category. Sending it up the inside. Can he get it woed up? No, he can't. They're going to come together. Unfortunately, the Mercedes just over-ambitious on the brakes.
Over-ambitious on the brakes, that's going to hurt him there at that point, but able to keep it together. The Mercedes is going to be able to pull ahead here and keep on to that advantage as HundredForce is able to do it. I thought for sure that was going to end up in calamity.
Well, I mean, if you're in the Icarus International car, it did end up in calamity because they lost the position. I mean, they're carrying on, but they can't be too happy about that one. It was just a little bit rude. That would honestly be a textbook definition of a dive bomb.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you there about that. And credit where credit's due to Icarus International there at that point for recognizing that coming up and not necessarily getting in the way of it and being able to avoid making that a bigger incident. That could have been disaster written all over it in about 17 different languages, but we will have to see.
So they're going to get passed here by, I think, the 4SR number 87 that had that puncture a bit ago. As we check in on, I think this is OBS World by Simsa, getting close to Beerskin by Simsa. Remember, they got jumped in the pit stops as they sneak by the Valkyrie Ferrari. So he's gathered them back up with those 5 seconds that they lost. Now looking around the outside, and it's a very easy pass. I'm pretty sure that Coach Neck just kind of facilitated that one.
Yeah, Yeah, I think that was a little bit of recognition there at that point, Coach Neck, as you said, just kind of recognizing that Walton had a little bit more speed, as Walton very aggressive there with an LMP2 and a GT3 up ahead of him, working his way on through. Very heads-up driving there. And there again, we take a look at that pit stop time. Walton making up for lost time here at this point.
Yep, and the 66 went all the way up to second place and then kind of fell backwards a little bit there at the end of the stint and even lost more in the pit stop, as we're going to take a look at a replay and a spin for 2 to go green. Oh, and gets hit by the 111 on top of things.
Well, and remember, that car's already had some damage out there today. That was the LMP3 that we had seen losing the front clip earlier on in the race. And so they're clearly in a position now where they've got even more damage on the car. 2 to go green was looking like they had some speed earlier on. They find themselves all the way back down in 14th in class right now.
Been a bit of a bad day, unfortunately. MTS Garage was the one that made that contact with them. They're still out and rolling, and I think the front clip flying off may have been a little bit erroneous from the server, because from on my screen I can see they still have all the bodywork on that car. In the meantime, this is getting a little bit interesting as all 3 classes head down into the same corner.
Yep, they're all going to get themselves into the same corner here at this point, just trying to sort themselves out a little bit. There they go, somehow able to keep themselves out of trouble. That'll be a little bit of a relief, I think, to everybody else around them, because that could have ended up very dangerously. But look at that gap there that OBS World by Simsa already starting to pull out. It's 2.3 seconds. Walton on a charge here.
Yeah, he's not sitting around as just in front of them. I think that is Locals Autosport that we're watching, trying to play catch up on SRB Motorsport's 245 machine. That's not what was the leader at one point. That's SRB Lent Vega, who's still sitting in 4th just behind them. But this is the battle for second place that we've got on screen, being split by that blue number 87. So that's not the same lap that they have kind of sandwiched between them. That is a lapped car that I'm assuming they're going to want to dispose of sooner rather than later.
Yeah, they're going to probably want to get by here as quickly as possible, but we'll have to see what they kind of decide to do as things play out. Here's the number 14 machine, blue by Techie, as Valkyrie Competition going to dive down into pit lane here.
Yeah, they are in pit lane already, it looks like. And Blue has already taken their pit stop, so they're trying to play catch up. Yeah. And I think, so Poulet is actually handing the car over. So Matthew Schroeder has just hopped in.
All right, so this is going to change things up a little bit there for them as they work their way on through. Valkyrie coming out right now. This is going to be the battle ostensibly for the lead in that GT3 category here at this point. It looks like Valkyrie's going to have the advantage on track. The question is, are they going to be able to keep their speed up here as they continue to run? Yes, they are. Valkyrie Competition will hold on to that lead and be able to extend the stint by 3 laps. That's crucial.
4 seconds quicker there for the 177 in pit lane, interestingly. So that is how they jumped them. Remember, they were sitting behind them for a long, long time. I wonder if that's down to fuel. Maybe that's why they were just kind of hanging out behind that 14 for so long. It wasn't necessarily tires. Maybe they were just kind of pulling the tow, and that allowed them a shorter stop.
Yeah, that could very well be the case, that they were just able to save a little bit more fuel. And again, doing the same thing that we talked about for Race Onion. They were able to extend that stint over an hour, and the more you're able to eat into that, the more fuel you're going to be able to save, the better MPG you can get. It's the same thing when you're doing a road trip and you're trying to fight against that clock a little bit more. It's good running there for all of them.
Yeah, great stuff there by the 177, netting themselves the lead. Whatever way they did it, it looks like it's worked out well for them. As we check in on one of our BMWs a little bit farther down. And now we go back to some of the OBSP cars fighting for position. This is the battle for 4th. Beerskin kind of heading downwards through the order.
Yeah, they're just seeming like something's not right here, and I'm a little bit surprised by that. Coach, I mean, they didn't change drivers here So they would shouldn't have a problem. They shouldn't necessarily be changing. Maybe they just got a little bit different, a little bit a different strategy when they came into pit lane. I'm not entirely sure.
Well, I have a theory on that. Now, one thing that you can do once you change the tires is look at the percentage left. So maybe they weren't quite happy with how close it was, because remember, you can't tell until you change the tires. And if it was right down to like 1% or something, maybe they're telling them, okay, back off just a little bit out there. Let's play it safer because we need to make these tires last a little better, just so that we don't wind up with a puncture, and also so that they have something to fight with later on, because if they find themselves in a battle late in the race, they want to have that margin so that they can push harder than their rivals.
Yeah, that's it. I wonder also if, I mean, they came in on lap 33, and, you know, that was a good lap from what we were able to see. That's about mid-ground in terms of this OBSP category up at the front of the field. But seeing what Race Onion was able to do, I wonder if they're a little bit scared that they're going to have to do a splash and dash at the end of the race. And so they're maybe now into mega fuel-saving mode as a result of that.
So many unknowns out there, and I mean, in real life, it still remains kind of a question mark of where the drivers sit on fuel. Things we just don't know where they sit on tires, things like that. But even more so in the sim, because we don't get any of the radio like you would in real life, of being able to hear what the communications are on the team. So we're kind of in the dark, other than kind of educated guesses on what's happening strategy-wise out there. We can only kind of watch and see what visually is happening. Looks like we're going to have another pass, and that is going to be BC Vault taking 4th place over Beerskin. So right now, it's 2 wheels in the grass there by BC Vault. Certainly was a bit of a risk. Right now, from what we're seeing, DJ, I'm going to wager that there is something that they didn't like after that first stint from what they saw in the data, and are kind of switching it up a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, we know they've got the pace here at this point. We know they've got the ability to run full bore and really get that thing into a position where they're going to be comfortable. It's just a question here. I think you're right, Joe. I think this is a strategy call. I think this is something, whether tires or fuel related, that they didn't like what they saw when they came in, and they're changing things up. Now, again, we don't have that ability to go in and check in. We don't have that. But, we've got a puncture here for Beerskin.
Is that the number 11? Is that our only Beerskin car, actually? Yes, it is. They've got a black and orange flag, and that might explain why they were so off pace. They saw the amount of tire left, and were trying to back it off, but didn't have enough in it, so they're going to have to pit in. When you get those punctures, you can't try and just limp the car around for a full stint. You get the black and orange flag, which means you have 3 laps to pit.
Oh my goodness gracious, what looked like it could be a front runner here having to come in, and that's going to answer our question here at that point. Is they're going to have to come in here on this lap. Team Fortzilla going to be able to get into position on them and get themselves up into the spot. Now here at this point, over the limit, Racing Blue in the Porsche, closing down on the BMW of Yellow Submarine Squad, SimLab 533. This is going to be a battle in the GT3 category, as you can imagine, and this is going to be for 4th place.
Credit to Kochenek for having some incredible control. I guess it must have been a slow puncture or something, because the car was still going at a decent speed, but I can confirm that it was a puncture because they had that black and orange flag. So very strange situation that they were able to go as fast as they were back in. They are actually taking this opportunity to change drivers as well, as Fabio Rauer is now going to hop into the car. But checking in on another one of our GT3 fights here, back into turn 1. San Donato seeing Albash leading over the limit blue in the battle for 4th.
Yeah, that battle for 4th position right now. Porsche versus BMW. Different design philosophies behind these two cars. The Porsche rear engine, rear wheel drive tends to be a little bit better off of acceleration, because you have all of that weight sort of squatting over the rear axle of that car. The BMW, meanwhile, front engine tends to be a little bit more understeery, but it means you can push the limits a little bit more. And the car's going to be a little bit less responsive, but a little bit more predictable than the Porsche. So it's a different way to think about car design here. And, you know, when we talk about that Porsche, it's not normally the way you think about designing a car. A rear engine design never really makes sense, but Porsche's been doing it for so long, they've kind of perfected it here at this point. So they're in good position with it, and they certainly know what they're doing by now.
And they usually know how to use their strengths as well. One thing the Porsche is great at, because of all that weight being on the rear, is it gets off the corners with incredible grip on the rear tires. So good acceleration, and that helps it a lot when it rains too, because it definitely helps kind of help squat on the track and make sure it's got that grip coming off the turns. Is now we're going to be checking in back with our LMP3s a little bit. Locals Autosport chasing on SRB Motorsport 4P2 in this category, but they've got some traffic in front of them, and we've already seen it looks like GT3 and LMP3 traffic just does not play well at this track.
No, it really and truly doesn't. It looks like it's a big problem here indeed for them. Very, very similar pace here for these two cars. It makes it very, very difficult. Kind of reminds me a little bit of what we are seeing sometimes out of the LMP2s and the GTPs when we were running at Daytona not too long ago, with the high speeds around that circuit really making things difficult for the GTPs to get on past.
And you can see they're having to kind of pick and choose their positioning well. Locals Autosport going to be able to sneak through and get back to where there's no buffer between them. Now they've hit the leader in that GT3's Valkyrie competition. Oh, he wanted to turn in, but thankfully he was heads up as Villius just snuck underneath, heading down into Scarpiera.
Oh, and an LMP3 off there in front. That's going to change the position around. But you see that graphic there on your screen. 10 seconds gained by WSR Esports butt kicker in the last 7 laps here. There's a little bit of a charge for Adam State trying to close up behind Pete Zuba.
And that was Locals Autosport on our screen, and that yellow and white machine that gained that position up to P2, because SRB Motorsports 245 went off down at Pelagio. So change up at the front of the LMP3s as we keep watching those GT3s now, as all three share the same space briefly. Slow and Confused going to dash by SRB Lent Vega as they try and go by Valkyrie competition.
Live from the exhilarating world of OBS World Endurance Cup powered by HundredForce, we're bringing the thrill of racing directly to you. In the spirit of this incredible championship, we're proud to announce the latest update to the OBS World app. Now, not only can you witness the pinnacle of sim racing, but you can also dive into a world where your automotive dreams come to life. Customize your digital garage to perfection. Connect with car enthusiasts globally and compete for fantastic prizes. Don't just watch the race, be a part of the action. Download OBS World now and start your journey in the ultimate car enthusiast community. Your dream garage is waiting. As you can see there on your screen, go ahead and scan that barcode. Join up on the OBS World app. We're here live for the OBS Endurance Cup powered by HundredForce for the all-time 4 hours of Toscana at the Mugello circuit, watching right now the battle for the lead in the GT3 category between Valkyrie Competition and Blue by Techie as they lead right now. Schroeder and Ladowskis right now, the two drivers behind the wheel of those cars, and LMP3 lurking in the background trying to see if they are able to get their way by. Valkyrie Competition doing a good job to fend off here at this point, but we don't know how this battle is going to phase itself out, as the big story here today has been tire wear around this very abrasive Mugello circuit.
Down through to the inside, that did not help the number 14, as he had to allow the 4SR car through. Interesting to note that while this battle picks back up, it is in the reverse position from what it was at the first stint. We have a different driver, remember, in that Ferrari. Schroeder taking over for Poulet after that they had their pit stop. So not sure if maybe he's lacking a little bit of pace in comparison. In the background, that was a bit of an interesting moment there by SimSpot Racing and SRB Motorsport R&R almost coming together down in the first corner of the LMP3s.
Yeah, almost having a little bit of a problem there at that point as they got their way on through. Let's take a look back at the replay here. One of the Mercedes working their way on through. Whoa! Big moment, and an even bigger moment there for OBS World as they had to get their way on by.
Was that Race Onion, actually? Or was that OBS World?
That was OBS World.
Because Race Onion's in pit lane.
Yeah, they are. I'm not sure what that is. Maybe that was Race Onion that came on through. I thought that was OBS World by Simsa, but that very well could have been. Okay.
Yeah, we just had confirmation behind the scenes. Sorry, I got a little worried because I wondered, you know, did our leader have problems again? And Marcus Deck is taking over for Peter Zuba. That's interesting. Is that maybe tire related? Do they feel like they've run down to zero and had to come in?
I'm not sure. What, by the way, what was huge for that GT3 incident, that was VS Vilnius tag. That's your GT3 championship leader that just had that off. That is a huge thing. Is now look at this, Team Fordzilla on the attack.
Yeah, going by BC Vault. That will get them onto the podium. So the 966 now pushing a little bit harder than their rivals. We're almost kind of seeing a back and forth here as to maybe when teams feel like they can push and when they can't, on top of the changing of drivers out there as well. And that's going to be at the wrong place at the wrong time for Beaver Grease Racing. That's our leader. And the LMP3 is kind of holding up Fordzilla.
Yeah, and I think that's a little bit of what it is. We're going to have to see, though, what Team Fordzilla is able to do. Their pace has been variable here today, and I think that's the best word to describe it here at this point. It is variable for them. Checking back in on the battle for GT3 honors right now. Valkyrie competition still holding out over Blue by Techie, but it looks like Blue's got a little bit of a run. Not going to go for it, but they're showing their nose.
Making them think twice, that is for sure. They liked having that lead, and they would like to have it back, but can't quite get it yet as we ride on board, just hounding the rear end of that Ferrari at this stage. And we're actually getting, I mean, this is the shorter of our races, even though it is 4 hours. We're getting close to the halfway point within the next half an hour.
Yeah, we're not too far over this here at this point, so it is going to be a little bit closer as they go. Let's see what they can do. Let's see here as we ride on board with the car. Not quite able to get it to run yet, but it's getting closer and closer here as they go.
Making sure to keep them honest, that is for sure. The other thing that we haven't mentioned in all this is, you know, we've been so focused on these top two. The gap to over the limit Racing Blue is 22 seconds. Their pace is far and above all their other rivals right now. So not only have they been close to one another, they've been far away from every other competitor.
Yeah, they're really pulling away here at this point, and that is a little bit of a run. Let's see here. This could, I was going to say this could be a good run here for Blue by Techie, but let's see. Not able to do it here at this point, because, frankly, that LMP3 traffic, but they're still going to take a look down to the inside. Has to back off going into turn one.
That's the two A&R endurance cars that they're trying to find their way past, but not interrupt, but not doing so very successfully at this stage. And now at least one is through, waiting for Junk to wrap up this overtake here. He's going to split them temporarily, which is great for Schroeder, bad for Ladauskas.
Yeah, bad for Ladauskas here. Oh, we've got a car off farther in the background. That's one of the LMP3s.
SimSpot Racing trying to get the car moving, and I was worried for a second that maybe the car was crabbing. No, it looks like it is pointed forward, so that's not going to bring out the yellow quite yet. They do have a fair bit of runoff in places around here, but the real question is more about whether or not the car can carry on, because they do treat this like the real world, with as if there were live marshals out there. So if a car is stuck in a dangerous place, they will throw the full course caution.
Yeah, they will indeed throw it here at this point. And remember what we heard earlier on, these drivers are praying for a full course caution here at this point to be able to save those tires as much as possible. Let's see if they are able to get anything now as we continue to watch the battle in the GT3 category.
Yeah, checking in on the replay, I think of what put that car there. Oh, trying to get... no, it wasn't the car trying to get to the inside. It was the car that was trying to come down to the apex, and the 68 eventually got sent out to the runoff, and thankfully we're able to get it going once again. But SimSpot Racing, excuse me, 88, not the 68 car, back in 10th place on track now.
Yeah, back into 10th place there. Maybe a little bit of rear end damage, but hopefully be able to have a little bit of better running there for them, obviously, with that go around there. Let's see, though, what if they're going to be able to go. We continue to watch Blue by Techie, Valkyrie competition. I wonder here if Blue is just holding in line here a little bit. If they're content, we talked about the ability to maybe save fuel, try to get a little bit of an advantage, because remember, Blue was beaten on the pit stop cycle by about 3 laps to Valkyrie competition, so I wonder if they're in fuel-saving mode here for the moment.
You know, as soon as you started suggesting that, I started smiling, because, yeah, I think they saw exactly what the Ferrari did and said, all right, 2 can play that game. If you're going to get in front of us that way, then we're going to just use that trick right back on you, is behind them. That was a big slide from the SimSpot car, who might actually have a little bit of damage from that contact that we saw, because that's the second time I've seen them have a slide since that incident. We haven't shown it on screen, but they've been having some trouble handling that car.
Yeah, I wonder as well if that could be a little bit of a problem that they're experiencing here at this point. Let's see, the 14 taking another little bit of a look. I really like what I'm seeing here out of this car. Just good heads-up driving by Ladauskas, not pushing the issue on Valkyrie, just keeping in their rearview mirror and trying to see if there's just a little bit of area here and there to see if they can maybe force him into a mistake.
This is one of those areas where that SimSpot car had problems before. It was through turn 1 that they got loose. And they've got, I believe that is the BC Vault car coming up the inside, almost making contact with Valkyrie. They'll hold on to it. Ladauskas does not make the pass, but Schroeder makes another contact with the BC Vault car twice in just 2 corners.
My goodness gracious, banging doors here left, right, and center. This is crazy.
We've had a number of warnings that we haven't been reporting on for car contact or a bit of an aggressive move out there. I wouldn't be surprised if that also gets a little bit of it. And now Blue by Techie is thinking about, maybe I don't want to sit behind him, but this is looking a little bit iffy, and Ladauskas looking for a little bit of a pass for a moment there.
Yeah, just looking for a little bit of a pass, trying to be able to get their way by potentially. I think this could be the impetus they need to be able to get their way up forward. They really and truly are getting sick and tired of waiting behind here, I think. Yep, there he goes. That is the push to get ahead.
Oh! He sends him off! Contact with Schroeder, and he's into the wall. That was unexpected. I don't know. I'd have to take another look to see if maybe that was Schroeder chopping him off at the apex, or if that was too aggressive of a move from the 14. But what wasn't looking like that crazy of a fight just suddenly fell apart.
Yeah, I mean, what looked like a calm, cool, and considered approach for both drivers there. Massive, massive problems. Let's take a look at this again. Move down to the inside. Valkyrie looked like they lost the rear end a little bit there. Contact there, and that's hard to describe there, Joe.
I think that one's more on the 14, honestly. They turned into the corner and just hooked them, and this is our first safety car. That car is stranded from the lead to now suddenly needing to take a tow. That is day over for Valkyrie competition.
Yeah, they needed to take a tow there, and a tow indeed they did take. Safety car will be deployed here is what we are hearing.
Wow. So checking to see, and a drive-through penalty for car 23. That's not what we just saw. So that was for another incident, but it was for causing a collision with the 88. That was what we saw with SimSpot. But I mean, I'm almost certain that that's going to wind up a penalty there for the 14, which means if that is the case, Over the Limit Racing Blue, who's been sitting 22 seconds back, are likely to inherit the lead all of a sudden.
That's why you just keep yourself in a competitive situation in sim racing, Joe. You never want to put yourself off of the run. You just want to find yourself into a good spot and hope that things play out. And this is exactly what I thought was going to happen here at this point. Everybody diving down into pit lane, getting a top off on that fuel, and probably going to get a little bit of a change of tires here, if at all possible.
Exactly. And our former leader, Race Onion, is going to carry on, because remember, they pitted, let's see, it looks like 5 laps ago. So they'll get back to the lead, and this might actually work out quite well for them, as WSR Esports pit and gave up their lead.
All right. But remember, because of the way this is going to cycle out, WSR Esports will be in position where they're going to be able to be not too far behind or have Race Onion not too far behind them. Now, we haven't seen Race Onion have to really put a charge on through the field here through the majority of this, so we're going to have to see how that car responds in a little bit of dirty air as they try to go. Race Onion did put on new tires on lap 49. We said that call may come in as a result of that tire call, so are they going to push a little bit more on the tires? How are they going to decide to do everything here?
Well, this is what so many were desperately hoping for, to help them get to the finish on these tires. So no doubt this was a welcome break for many of the drivers out there. Safety car has picked up Race Onion and are leading them around. You can see OBS World by Sims actually still has that fastest lap. So yeah, they definitely were pushing at one stage compared to everybody else, holding on to that for some time now. And looks like Yellow Submarine Squad, actually, I'm seeing, is now our leader in the GT3. So I think the 14 must have also pitted. Yeah, Blue by Techie is also been in and out.
Yeah, so all right, there we've got a lot of them coming in. Beaver Grease Racing, SRB Lineling Tingva, SRT by GE also coming in. Looks like 2 to Go Green also coming in, probably getting a little bit of repair here at this point. Trying to see what they are able to do as we watch the pace car work their way around. This is a huge relief to all of these drivers, by the way, as they are certainly going to be able to get everybody out there.
Exactly. So, first of our cautions, hopefully, maybe the only one. We can go green to the finish here, but we'll see. Cautions can often breed cautions when we get everybody packed up, and like we said, this could up the pace a little bit, since everybody will be able to use this chance to preserve the tires a little and stretch them out. But we'll have to go through the processes first to see how long this caution lasts, because remember, they're going to have to sort all the cars to get them in the correct order. The good news is this is one of the most well-organized series that I cover in terms of safety cars for the roadside, because all of this stuff is being done manually by live stewards, and they're extremely organized behind the scenes.
Yeah, extremely organized. They know exactly what they're doing. It's absolutely remarkable just how much they are able to get themselves up there. So very, very impressive that they are able to do it, and we are very, very thankful to be covering it. Massive, massive thank you to everybody behind the scenes.
Yeah, Race Control has a bit of a thankless job, but they do an excellent job on that one. And I can report, it looks like, yeah, 177 team has already sent in something to Race Control. We have the report sheet in front of us, so we can see all that's happening as that happens live. And so the stewards are still looking at it, haven't had any decision from Race Control, but the 177 team, I'm pretty sure, is probably going to be vindicated on that one. And so they're starting the pass around now. And indeed, I can report, just as I was talking about it, 14 car given a drive-through penalty for causing a collision with Valkyrie.
Yep, there it is. Not surprising at all on that, but that is exactly what we expected, and that is exactly what we got. Good call to you there, Joe.
Yeah, that seemed like a pretty slam dunk situation once we got another look at it. So they'll fall down the order, but we thought it was going to be. I think it was the 227 team that was going to pick that up. I'm trying to remember who it was in third place, but instead, it looks like the 533 is going to be the one that'll pick up the lead. As they stayed out, they've been out for about 16 laps, so they're going to try and stretch this stint out. While Blue by Techie did pit in, and Over the Limit Racing Blue also pit in behind them. Transport Engineers by Vilnius Tech stayed out. 10/10ths pit in. So quite a split strategy, actually, in GT3s on the way that yellow fell.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised that we saw that much of a split strategy there from the GT3 category. I'm not surprised that we saw the majority of the LMP of the OBSP field come in when they did. Same with the LMP3s, but this is going to make things very, very interesting in that GT3 category, seeing how everything sort of shakes itself out in regards to this. We know that there's not going to be as much tire wear in the GT3 category, considering the fact that they're not going at fast enough speeds, and they're going to be not tearing the tires up nearly as much. But we'll have to see. This is shaping up to be pretty fascinating here at this point.
Yeah, it came at such an interesting time to kind of shake things up for sure, because we still need to see what Race Onion's going to wind up doing with their extra pit stop that they had, or at least up till the caution, an extra pit stop, but it's shuffled them back up to the top spot. And that brings up another point, because we haven't talked about as much, since it seems like cautions are not looking like they'll be as common here, is usually we talk about wanting to be the first to pit last in terms of strategy when you have the threat of full course yellows, because if you can cycle in front of your rivals, then you can have that advantage over them. But here we've been more worried about the tire wear and just making it last, not necessarily how it's going to play out in terms of where the yellows will fall and how that will affect your strategy. Now, if this helps them get to the end, they might hopefully have a little bit more leeway to try and play those cards and see if they can get up, because we saw very graphically how this helped Race Onion, and that this shows you just how important it can be.
Yeah, it shows you massively how important it can be to be able to get this strategy right as the safety car continues to work their way around. Yeah, this strategy is just going to continue to play out here. It's going to continue to fizzle, but live from the exhilarating OBS World Endurance Cup powered by HundredForce, we're bringing the thrill of racing directly to you. In the spirit of this incredible championship, we're proud to announce the latest updates to the OBS World app. Not only can you witness the pinnacle of sim racing, but you can also dive into a world where your automotive dreams come to life. Customize your digital garage to perfection and all that. This is the series, though, that we are working our way through. Apologies there for getting into an ad read. This is what we've got here for the series. Absolutely incredible stuff.
Yeah, that was a look at the four different kinds of OBSP cars that we have racing here, as well as a look at the previous races, starting off with Aragon, and then we went off to Long Beach, which was its own challenge, of course. WSR Esports by Butt Kicker taking both of those. Then OBS World by Simsa when we headed off to the third race there at round 3, taking the win. And then round 4 at Spa, Race Onion finally found themselves up at the front. As we've seen, they're very fast, but they have had trouble trying to take the wins.
As we take a look at the championship breakdown there at that point, you can see Team Fordzilla leading the way as everything goes. But right now, we focus back in on the racing surface as everybody works their way behind the safety car here. Everyone just trying to get themselves in line. Track temperature continues to be very toasty, 116 degrees Fahrenheit. So, Joe, we're not seeing a whole lot of tire warming here at this point. Everybody pretty much just kind of keeping everything in line right now.
Exactly. And this started in the middle of the day, too. So just before noon, I believe, is when they began this race. So the temperatures are only likely to keep increasing because we're going to be finishing, around 4 p.m. in the afternoon, virtual standard time. So sun rising up, just kind of beating down on the track. And there is a little bit of cloud cover that you can kind of see in the skies, but not a whole lot to cool it down. So I'm expecting it should probably stay at about this, 113 to 118 degrees mark.
Yeah, I think that's about what it's going to be here at this point. I can't imagine that it's going to be too much more than that. The air temperature right now about 83 degrees Fahrenheit as they go, so that's about what it's going to be here at this point.
Yeah, warm day out for the fans, that is for
Just
sure.
a little bit.
But the track temperature is really what affects the racing more so. Thankfully, the cars do not have to deal, or the drivers don't have to deal with the heat inside the cockpit. That is more dependent on their actual physical location and if they have AC, depending on where they are in the world, or heat, I guess, for those of us in the northern hemisphere here in the midst of winter. As you can see them now, sorting out the various cars. They've done the wave around, so now they're going to separate the classes so that they can each have a restart without having to try and weave around one another, which can often cause so many more issues. So that's why they are trying to pull them apart here at this stage. The other interesting thing, though, about the weather, we were talking about that, they do have a lot of things that affect the cars. Well, the air temperature isn't as important. It does affect the engine temperature if you're following closely behind. Don't think that's going to be quite as much of a problem here for these cars that we've seen. Maybe if you're doing super speedway racing, that is something to be concerned with. But one thing that I love about iRacing is they model everything from the humidity to the elevation, so that can affect the air density, so that can affect speed, that can affect engine power. All these things do have those little tweaks on the performances of the cars and the handling of the cars out here.
Yeah, they certainly do. They will change things up. It will be different. It will be a different way to be able to run everything. So that is always interesting to be able to see how that will affect these cars. And it's something you've got to keep in mind in terms of how you're going to drive the car, as now we see a little bit of weaving back and forth here at this point. Drivers starting to get things together as they recognize that it is starting to get ready to be go time.
Yep, and that's because race control just came over the radio and let them know that the safety car is in this lap. So we are going to go racing once again with about 2 hours and 15 minutes left on the clock, getting ever closer to that halfway mark. Race Onion, 9 laps into their stint, but Beerskin by Simsa is 13 laps into their stint. So they're even longer. We're expecting them to be the first to pit in, since they had to come in and get that flat repaired. So they're on different strategy to pretty much everybody else in their class.
Yeah, so that's going to be a very different approach here for Race Onion. We're going to have to see what they do on that and how exactly they decide to be able to do it. Let's see here, though, is that Acura is going to lead the way here in the field. This is also going to be a little bit of a moment of reprieve for a lot of these drivers. We're going to have to wait a minute for all of this lap traffic to catch back up again. We will have to wait and see just how it decides to play itself out. But as we work our way back onto the main straightaway, a little bit of weaving here from behind from that WSR Esports butt kicker machine as we wait to be able to go down through the last couple of corners. Safety car has pulled on in, and we've got to hope that we don't see another big coming together like we did on that opening lap.
Also, just want to update fans of the Valkyrie competition car. They are back out on track, but they're 2 laps down, so they're able to repair the car. But it has certainly put them under the gun. They're likely to only just kind of pick up positions. We've only had one retiree, the Movano Racing team. up to this point. That's in the number 6 OBSP car. Every other car is out on track and rolling, so that moves Valkyrie Competition to dead last in their class.
Yeah, dead last in their class here at this point. We're going to have to see what they do, though. Here we go. Now onto the main straightaway, getting themselves ready to go. Trying to push their way ahead as we wait for the green flag to fly once more. Back at this circuit, here they go, and there goes Race Onions. Marcus Deck going to lead the way here down into turn 1. Single file through the majority of the field. A little bit of a fan out farther back down in LMP3, but in the OBSP cars, it is single file all the way through.
Yep, coming back into San Donato now at speed once again. Bit of a battle towards the back of the LMP3s. There's a little bit of side-by-side there. But in the GT3s, it is Yellow Submarine Squad leading the way there, being chased by PPF Racing Team. And Blue by Techie is back in third, so they're not out of this if they feel like they have the pace to try and retake the lead. But we're watching the OBSP leaders now.
Yeah, OBSP leaders, and the one that's interesting me there at this point is going to be that third in-line car there. Now, granted, the second car you see, that's Jordi Lopez. That is a lapped car, but Abel Torres looking very, very aggressive on the back there of the OBS World by Simpson Machine.
Also, apologies, want to correct myself. Blue by Techie still has to serve their black flag, so they are going to fall back to the back of their field other than the 177 here shortly. So yes, they are in third place, but they will not be fighting for that top spot, at least for some time, as we continue to follow the battle for P2 between the 116 and the 66.
Yep, they're going to keep fighting here at this point. Looking down into the corner here as they fly. WSR Esports butt kicker trying to hold on as much as possible. That Cadillac grunt stretching its legs down the long front straightaway. The top three different classes here. They're going to make their speed in different ways as they go. And who's going to be able to get the best run here as they dive down into the first corner?
Yeah, in fact, all 4 manufacturers are in the top 4 right now in the OBSPs. Acura, Cadillac, Porsche, BMW is your order, and you're right, they do all have different powertrain units in those cars, so they're all going to have very different handling and different strengths and weaknesses.
Yep, they're going to handle themselves a little bit differently. We're just going to have to see also what the strategy here is for all of these drivers as they continue to get themselves together and get themselves continue to play out right now. Let's see, though, as they go. It looks like Race Onion and Marcus Deck going to be able to keep that car underneath them, do a good job, not really having to worry about behind as that gap stretches through some of the faster sections of the track. Through some of those corners, the Acura and the speed advantage that it has with that downforce coming into play. But that Cadillac seems to close back on in once they get going in a straight line.
It certainly seems to be kind of playing out what you were talking about at the start of the broadcast, that the Acura is the stronger car here with so much better handling around this circuit, especially these high-speed corners, really helping them out. The one that it is not helping is the Radarom Mission R car, because that car needs braking, heavy braking, to try and regenerate the energy. So unlike usual, it's actually running last on the field.
Spin in the back. It looks like Sierra Esports and Grow Racing Team Blue in the OBSP category have had a problem. They're turned back the right way, but there was smoke coming through the final corner.
Yeah, you're right. That was a spin by Grow Racing Team Blue, just going around. I think they may have had a little contact from ATRS Community, but Sierra Esports had to try and dive around through the gravel to avoid them in the meantime, which interestingly, Grow Racing Team and Sierra Esports, I think, were the ones that came together, at least were part of the opening accident right at the very beginning. Let's take a look at the replay.
All right, this is coming down through the final corner here. Just lost it on their own. Just absolutely lost it on their own there at that point. I wonder if that was maybe an issue with braking or something like that happening here at this point, as not really sure what that issue was.
Yeah, just lost control. The rear didn't want to grip anymore, and around she went. Wasn't really their fault in the same way that you just usually think about Sierra Esports. Just kind of had to, as you see, tiptoe their way around them. In the meantime, Things getting a little close for second place once again. Ever since the restart, the 66 has been all over the back of Roos here.
Yeah, really attacking, and now going to take a look down into the left-hander here at this point, as that's Burkhard Mehring right now trying to be able to get a little bit of an attack, trying to get the draft down the long front straightaway. This may play itself out. Porsche versus Cadillac, here they go. Let's see what they're able to do. By the way, a note here from Race Control, it looks like Team Fordzilla did not change tires during the pit stop, but here comes the move down into turn 1.
Outbreaks his rival, and Mary now takes that second place. We've watched the OBS World by Simsacar really show their speed today. Now that they hopefully don't have to save as much, are they going to find themselves able to chase down Race Onion and try to steal that lead away from them? They certainly have looked quick. But yeah, that is very interesting. Fordzilla, how have they stretched that out? Now, if I recall correctly, they kind of dropped back early on, so maybe it's just that ultra saving that has allowed them to stretch a single set of tires halfway through this race.
Well, that's going to give them a huge advantage near the end of the race here at this point, because they are going to be in situations where they're going to be able to just go in full push mode near the end of the race, where everybody else is going to have to hold out a little bit and try to hold themselves together. But we will have to see exactly how that plays out. Again, strategy coming into play here for all of these drivers, going to be absolutely fascinating to see. We watch right now the number 47 machine, BC Vault by Simsa, closing in on the back of that Team Fordzilla car as they continue to save their tires.
Indeed. So the 966 up to 5th place right now. They still got BC Vault and Slow and Confused behind them. That is for position. The alternate thing, though, is if they're still on those old tires, surely they've got to keep conserving here. So I don't think they're going to be able to push. I kind of wonder, because they do have some, as down to the inside goes BC Vaults, and yeah, there you go. There's proof right there. I think that that 966 is still saving. They're going to give up both spots right there. And excuse me, I was going to say, I wondered if maybe Fordzilla had their traction control turned up, but they are in a fixed setup, so they cannot change the traction control with that. So that I guess is just straight up down to great tire management. Oh, and we got a replay on a pass. Is this for the lead?
No, it's not for the lead, but this is Blue by Techie working their way back through the order here. No, excuse me. As they fight a little bit more, this is going to be, I believe, for second place. That is one of the Audis in the field right now. That was 10/10ths Racing and Over the Limit Racing, and Transport and Engineers by Vilnius Tech getting into it.
Yeah, so that was passes for second and third place there. PPF Racing Team also in pit lane, checking to see if, yeah, I don't see any penalty here, so this is interesting that they're pitting now, because that, I guess that should be able to take them to the finish of the race. Maybe they're starting to try and work the race backwards from here.
Yeah, I wonder if that's part of the strategy here at this point, if that's just what they're thinking about doing right now and trying to get themselves into that position to really think about more of a way to play and a way to get themselves to the end of the race. Yeah, look at that graphic. Tire age for Team Fordzilla compared to Slow and Confused, 63 laps on a set of boots.
Wow. I can't believe that they've managed to do that, especially since we've seen at least one other OBSP blow a tire from running it down too far. And in the case of Race Onion, what we think have to make a pit stop to avoid blowing a tire at one stage. So very fascinating to see this all play out as we're watching SRB Motorsport by RR in second. They've lost about 10 seconds to Locals Autosport. I mean, we've only been back to Green Flag Racing for a couple laps, and for the 113 to pull this massive gap over P2 is kind of impressive.
Yeah, it really is impressive here at this point to be able to get that. I mean, my goodness gracious, just absolutely massive gap there to be able to get that out, get that to play. I've got to say, it is a sheer indication of pace that they are putting everything in position that they absolutely want to get themselves into a position where they are not only leading, but they are dominating.
Absolutely, and also we're getting some information on the 227 team, the PPF that I mentioned just pitted. Whatever the case on the strategy, I think part of it is the fact that they have now put in their platinum driver. So that is the highest level licensed driver that they've got. Gail Valero ready to try and push to the end, I assume, is a big slide there from our P2 LMP3 of the SRB 237 car.
Yep, as they try to push their way on through right now. And that's what you've got to worry about. That slipping and sliding here at this point. That at this point in the race is not what you want to have happen, because that is going to, what's the word we keep using, wear those tires. And that is not good news for any of those drivers.
Yeah, you got to hold on to your stuff as long as you can. And it's not just the wear that you need to worry about. Remember, we were talking about it's a relatively warm track. You can overheat the tires. There's so many long, extended corners, fast corners on this track that if you start to overheat them, the car will slide more, and it compounds. It's an issue that it's so difficult to manage. As we might want to head over to around 4th or so. We've had an issue between SR Technic and it looks like Slow and Confused as they just came together on track, but I don't think this is going to bring out the caution, though.
Oh my goodness, just a big run into the back there. Looks like they completely missed their braking zone as they tried to dive on in.
And I think that was a completely separate incident that we just saw there. I'm trying to figure out, yeah, OBS World by Simsa. So they were sent backwards with another accident that we saw that happened before what I just mentioned, and that was contact from the Altus Esport number 30, which was a lap down, so they weren't even racing them for position.
My goodness, yeah, that just has to be a situation there where they missed their braking zone coming down into it. I mean, I think that's the only real explanation. Is look at this here. This is going to be an absolute calamity coming down in. Yeah, watch it. Just is it there? Oh, is going to be Slow and Confused having the same problem? Yeah,
that's the one that I initially reported on. So we had two problems with our OBSP cars within close range of one another, basically. So that shuffled up the order. That means Beerskin by Simsa is now in 3rd. WSR Esports Butt Kicker is in 2nd. BC Vault moves up to 4th. The 66 car falls to 7th from their issues.
Oh my goodness, so attrition finally starting to rear its head here. We've been able to get through relatively cleanly, as here we've got Beaver Grease Racing Plus and SimSpot Racing side by side coming down the main straightaway. SRB Motorsport trying to pick out where they're going to be going in behind. That's going to be Beaver Grease, though, holding on to it for now.
SimSpot Racing, great recovery. Remember, they were kind of punted off the track a little bit earlier. They're up to P5, but now they're on kind of the back foot defending as Beaver Grease Racing is rocked up to their rear wing and actually brought some friends. SRB Motorsport, A&R Racing, that's all for position there as we're now checking back into some of the battles in OBSP.
Yeah, we've got to check back in here because this is the battle for 5th place for Zilla, ATRS Community, and OBS World by Simsa, all on top of each other here at this point. And again, a battle where we've got 3 different makes. Let's take out a look at the replay here. This is the number 3 BMW, Renverse by Tsumoto, diving down to the inside of what appears to be a wounded Audi in contact coming through the final corner.
Yeah, well, I couldn't tell from that angle, but it may have been that the BMW just kind of pushed out wide, and that's why they got hooked there. But if not, if they were holding the race line, then that Audi, yeah, definitely at fault there, coming into the side of them. But checking back in now with that battle for 5th place for Zilla, maybe turning up the wick a little bit and try to get away from the ATRS and OBS World by Simsa cars. In fact, OBS World Simsa now on a recovery drive.
Yeah, trying to recover here a little bit at this point following that incident that we saw earlier on with them and just the problems that they've had on the day. But having pitted on lap 55, they're going to start pushing a little bit here for the moment. See if they can get anything to go, maybe get themselves by Team Fordzilla. But again, that strategy for Team Fordzilla probably going to come into play here and going to be very good for them. Got another replay as we check on board here. This is back in the LMP3 category. Down in and on through, and that door closed in front before it even opened.
Yeah, facing backwards. Thankfully, no traffic coming, so they'll be able to get it turned around pretty easily, not have to sit and wait. OBS World by Simsa did manage to get 6th place over the 75, now set their sights on Team Fordzilla. At what point is that 966 going to actually change those tires, though? And will it help them at the end of the race enough? That's the thing that I wonder about, is everybody else has been trying to conserve the tires a little bit. Now they've been helped by the full course yellow. So will it be enough of an advantage as down to the inside? That's a look from SRB Motorsports on Beaver Grease. Can't quite make the pass happen, though. I mean, yes, it's great to save the tires, but if everybody else now has the advantage of that yellow helping them out, will it give you enough speed to charge back through the field, but with a late pit stop?
Yeah, exactly. That is going to be the question here at this point, is they are going to have to see if they've got the pace to be able to do it. When the time comes to charge, are they going to be able to charge? Is that where they are going to be able to go as we continue to watch this battle between Beaver Grease Racing Plus and SRB Motorsport? SRB going to try the same move that they did before. Good move for Beaver Grease to protect that inside line here at this point. SRB is going to get a nose ahead, daring him to make contact there at that point, as it looks like Beaver Grease Racing Plus still holds the advantage.
Yep, and as they work their way up the hill now, weaving back and forth, they're going to get interrupted by Race Onion, our overall leader, who does not want to risk his race, so he takes the nice safe move, splits the pair of them temporarily, and he'll carry on once he can go by this last one with Beaver Grease, and yes, indeed, he is by.
All right, so he is by here at this point. Let's see what that plays out. As we now watch the battle there, Team Fordzilla being passed by OBS World by Simsa. It's now HCRS Community that needs to get by them. And dare I say, it's going to be just a matter of time here. And they've got to be feeling a little bit lucky that Slow and Confused has that spin a little bit earlier on. Otherwise, we may have seen them even losing more positions here at this point.
Got another penalty for the 534 car for contact with car number 3. And I think that was that incident that we saw between the Audi and the BMW coming down through Bucine there at the end of the lap. So that's what has happened there. And, a stop and go for car 30 as well. Incident with multiple cars. That is Altus Esports. That's the one that I think spun the 66.
Yeah, I think it was as well. That's that incident that we saw a little bit earlier. Again here, taking a look, though, at the tire age between Beaver Grease and SRB Motorsport. This is what makes that battle a little bit more impressive, as SRB is finally able to get by here at this point, it looks like. But Beaver Grease fighting back on him. Beaver Grease with about 20 lap younger tires. They're going to keep this battle going up the hill. My goodness gracious, SRB, I don't know how they've got this car control as they finally get the move.
Nicely done, but look at how close this has put Junk and Wander in behind them. Both of those, one of those is for position. Junk is, Wander in the 531 is not for position. So he is just kind of, I believe, a lap down and waiting to try and find his spot there. You can see they're still dealing with some of the other classes coming through. Fabio Rauer in the Beerskin car going to briefly interrupt this.
Yeah, I'm going to briefly interrupt it here at the moment, but they've also got some GT3s to work their way on by through as well. As here they go. We watch, look at the gap here that SRB is starting to pull out right now over that Beaver Grease car. Already up to about 0.5 of a second, larger than that, 1.1 seconds here at this point. That's really pretty impressive.
Yeah, it's been just a great use of the pace that they clearly have in the car here at this stage. But they're also kind of getting, I think, a little bit of issues from these OBSP cars, the Beerskin by Simsa, as well as BC Vault, who are fighting for position. So they're trying to aggressively go through. And in the background, you can see serving the penalty. That is Lopez in the Altus Esports 30.
Yeah, here as they work their way on through right now. A little bit of almost communication loss there with the Yellow Submarine Squad SimLab 534 there, that Audi. Good to be able to work their way on by through and not have too much of a problem there. As we continue to watch the LMP3s, a little bit of dark to the inside there. All right, we've got another battle here. This is going to be Ferrari versus Porsche at the moment. I believe this is Icarus International Blue by Techie as they continue their charge through the field. And that Mercedes up in front of them, that's Transport Engineers by Vilnius Tech.
Who were coming off of a win last time out at Spa. So they were riding high, but they're only in 7th currently. And the Icarus International machine starting to get a little bit close to the rear of that number 117 at this stage. Coming up into the break into the last corner. We're going to switch back over to the LMP3s in a spin.
That is the number 23. That's SRB by GE here at this point. A self-spin, it looked like, coming out of the final corner. And not with the final corner there, but one of the long sweeping corners on this circuit. It just seems like that is catching more and more people out as the tire wear continues to grow and grow here. It looks like those rear tires just complaining to the point of finally breaking away.
Now that was, I believe, coming through Scarperia and Pelagio that he had that issue. Just kind of serendipitous that we turned the cameras right when that car was having problems. And he spun again. Is this... No, he does not seem to have a blown tire from what I can tell, but they had a very similar spin coming through the final corner just now.
I think that's an issue where the tires may not be blown, but they are down to their absolute threads here at this point. Track temperature rising, proving me wrong here. It's now up to 119 degrees Fahrenheit.
Oof, that's the hottest we've seen it all day long. Stepa Keviotis here, unfortunately, in that number 23 machine getting turned around. But as we now watch some of our drivers up towards the OBSP class, that is OBS World by Simsa, who is currently up to 5th position. They're about 16 seconds behind the leader right now, but they are on a different strategy from the leader, Race Onion, on 23-lap old tires, whereas OBS World by Simsa on 17-lap old tires.
Yeah, so again, we're going to be talking about that change in the category here of tires and how they are able to get themselves out. Watch right now your leader, Race Onion, slowly but surely working their way through, trying to see if they're able to get anything, trying to see if they're able to move anything along here at this point. Let's see if they're able to piece their way through the LMP3 traffic.
And as they get ready to take one of the faster corners there through the chicane, looks like... and actually, this is, I think, ATRS Community that we're watching, the number 75, so that's not our race leader. But they're being chased by Altus Esports, who are 2 laps down, so they're not actually close to them. They're kind of out there on their own currently, just trying to run there in 8th place with nobody to battle with at the moment. This definitely is a battle, though. Beerskin versus BC Vault for podium position.
Yeah, this certainly has the potential here of being a little bit of a good battle as they try to get themselves moving up through the field here at this point. Trying to see if they can go. Oh, contact in front!
And it looks like one of them is going to get away, but not Beerskin, who backs up across the track. They're very lucky that nobody was coming down around that corner. It is so fast through there. Also, 213 car got a black flag, so they're serving that right now. Man, what an up and down day for Beerskin. At times they're looking at a potential podium, other times they're getting penalties. Now they're off track.
Oh, this is just all going to naught here for Beerskin by Simsa. Let's take a look at what happened. I think this was just a miscommunication coming down into traffic, trying to get by Blue by Techie and then down to the inside of Vilnius Tech. Yeah, just carried a little bit too much speed down through that corner.
Exactly. So, yeah, just kind of caught out. They tried to find the right position and wound up kind of picking the wrong way with that Mercedes. Understandably, going down to the apex, they wouldn't have known that there was going to be a prototype interrupting them. Also, I think we got another penalty. The 532, that is the Yellow Submarine SimLab LMP3 car. That's for a collision with car number 23. I don't know if we saw that incident.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we saw that one necessarily either, but let's see what happens as they go. So that is going to be a drive-through penalty there for them. Let's see if they can go as we watch right now. This is going to be Beerskin and Team Fordzilla working their way on by. Yeah, this is really just a tough situation where they've got themselves in a rough run for Beerskin, and sometimes you get those incidents, Joe, and they just compound on top of each other.
In fact, Yellow Submarine just went off course again. I was trying to figure out where exactly that was, but we didn't see it on screen, so they're having a bad day themselves. As now we check in with Team Fordzilla, who sits in 6th place right now, and that is actually 4 position behind them with Slow and Confused, so that's a battle for P6, as well as Beerskin by Simsa just in front of them on their recovery. So this is 3 cars all fighting for that spot.
Yeah, this is a definite attack here at this point. Remember, Slow and Confused had that incident a little bit before, and you have to try to get themselves, and they have to try to get themselves into position. Easy pass down to the inside of Team Fordzilla as they continue to try to, I think, save tires here at this point.
Yeah, we've been talking about Fordzilla and that tire saving for pretty much the entire race. At what point do they actually take off and unleash their full pace? We know that they can be fast. Surely this isn't that much of a bogey track for them, but they have been holding back and holding back and holding back all race long. We're now past halfway through. Surely, having not changed tires this entire race so far, they should be able to start to pick it up at some stage here.
Yeah, I've got to think that we're getting over, I mean, we are over the halfway point here at this point. It's time to start pushing. It's time to start moving. It's time to start getting that car up into good position here at this point. They've got to start running if they knew. As we take a look farther back in the field, this is some LMP3 battles. As there we see, contact there. That's the 245 making contact with one of our prototypes.
That was one of our top 5, in fact, that had that little bit of contact. So that was Lorenionis, and I'm trying to see who it was that he ran into there.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It looked like one of the black. I think that may have been the ARTS community number 75. I think that may have been it.
It was Sierra Esports, Michael Cook. So that's one of the OBSPs.
Okay.
It was many laps down. So, I mean, it still affects them. That's still probably penalty worthy. But, also car 11 got a penalty for a collision with car 17 and an unsafe rejoin.
Yeah, as we take a look back here, that is some of the highlights that we've seen. Oh, there is that spin that we saw there from 2 to go green as they continue to fight. Lots of battles here as the second half of this race really starting to play out, and we've seen a lot more scruffiness as their transport engineers by Vilnius Tech. Fordzilla going into a battle here again, taking a look back at the highlights over the course of the last hour or so. And Joe, it has been a case where we've been waiting for this race to get a little bit scruffier, a little bit crazier, and now it certainly is.
Yeah, we're seeing more and more incidents. I mean, this is really a testament to that. The first stint was so much more of, kind of wait and see as everybody tried to settle in, and there's a more swapping of positions this time in the last hour. It's been car contact and car contact and car contact, and the penalties have reflected that. We've got a lot more black flags.
Yeah, we've gotten a lot more black flags, and again, that caution period coming out to bring everything back around here at this point. But here they go. As we come back to live pictures, dipping and diving down their way on through. Transport engineers by Vilnius Tech getting a little bit of a reprieve, but now having to remember to work their way on by as the LMP3s get their way through.
I think we just had a stop for the 11. No, excuse me. That was serving the black flag for Beerskin by Simsa. So they fell down to 8th position, and still seeing a nice little fight here amongst multiple classes having to navigate one another.
Yeah, this is really where it gets sketchy as they try to be able to get themselves all the way through. Whoa, what was that?
I'm not sure. That looked like one of our yellow submarine cars. And that was with the 27, so I'm trying to see if I can find them on track and figure out what happened there.
Yeah, this is a little bit crazy as we watch the Icarus car right now continue to circulate around, trying to see if anything happened. All right, here we're going to come back to the replay.
So yellow submarine, this is the 531. They get hit by Vilnius Tech. So I wonder if Vilnius Tech's going to get a penalty out of this one. Oh, man, great job by everybody. That could have been a very bad incident with so many cars around, but everybody kind of scattered to avoid the accident.
Yeah, everybody just getting out of the way and thankfully making their way on through. As here is the battle again. Now, this is for... farther down into the GT3. Whoa! Oh, that's Icarus Racing getting spun around.
Oh, no. So they're going to lose multiple positions, and they hit the wall pretty hard. I think this is out of Borgo San Lorenzo that they had that happen, but they'll get it turned around. Oh, it's crabbing. This is going to be difficult to get back. Now, they should be able to, if they can't, they should be able to pull it to a safe spot. So hopefully this won't bring out a full course yellow.
Hopefully it won't. Let's take a look here as there's a replay of one of the yellow submarine Audis there. Oh, big contact for them. And speaking of crabbing, thankfully that's leading onto the main straightaway. So if they've got some damage, they're going to be able to bring that car down into pit lane. No problem. I think that's the SimLab 534. As we watch now this Icarus International car, they are doing everything they can do to bring that number 27 back down into pit lane.
Yeah, they don't want to see a full course yellow. This is good sportsmanship from them. And in the meantime, we get back to some of our battles for the LMP3s. In fact, this is a fight for second. This is SRB Motorsport and SimSpot Racing. SRB to the inside, coming up into San Donato, trying to break a little bit deeper as SimSpot almost manages to overtake them, but not quite.
Yeah, not quite able to get that to play here as they go right now. So it looks like SRB Motorsport going to be able to hold on to that for now. By the way, Locals Autosport down into pit lane at the moment. So they're going to pull themselves down to pit lane, get some service on that number 113. Now they've got a little bit of traffic up ahead of them. I think that's HundredForce in the Mercedes that they're going to have to get their way around. Want to try to dispatch that traffic before they come into the rest of the area.
Yeah, so they'll both easily get by, but that definitely helped out SRB Motorsport pulling themselves away. And I saw a little bit of information being given. Oh, the 27 actually spun, I believe, as the race control was making sure to let people know that they were slow on track, but they're really struggling now at this point to return back to pit lane. There you can see them on track.
Yeah, they're back out here at this point, so a problem there for the 27, but they're going to try to return and get them around right now. Here they go. Oh, a little bit of close running here as they get themselves around the Audi at the moment. Looks like there may have been an off farther back down in the field. The 88 going to take another little peek down to the inside. SimSpot Racing on the attack.
They want this second place pretty badly, but SRB's been able to fend them off. It's almost a repeat of what we saw last time with a great run by SimSpot down the main straight and getting alongside. What did they learn, DJ? Can they complete this, trying to do the same thing twice?
All right, trying to see what they can do here at this point. Trying to go for it. Oh, it looks like we've had an issue farther back in the field. There's the 23 trying to get by the Ferrari here, and they're going to make some contact.
Yeah, and that's going to send both of them spinning, but not hitting the wall, thankfully. And I can report that SimSpot did not manage to overtake, so they're still stuck behind.
Yeah, they're still stuck behind here at this point. So that's going to be a rough run for them. Yeah, they just can't seem to get on by, and I think they're probably in a situation where they don't want to overuse the tires here a little bit, and they need to try to find the perfect line in between the two.
They're doing their best. At this stage, although a big holdup by SRB as they come up over the hill through Arabiata 2, but they won't lose the position. That was Over the Limit Racing Blue, second place in GT3s, just holding them up briefly. Over the Limit Blue is about 2.5 seconds behind their leader, by the way, so not a huge gap currently compared to what we saw before in those GT3s, where things have really been turned on their head on that one. In fact, where is the Blue by Techie? Yeah, they're up to 6th place, so they're recovering. Unfortunately, 177 will not be able to recover quite the same. They're still a lap down.
Yeah, as there looked like a little bit of lockup or maybe a little bit of dirt kicked up there as they tried to be able to get that run here at this point. As they go, this could be a good run here as they close on in, and they've got to be careful. That's the leader up ahead. They've lost a little bit of time here, so this is now a battle for the top step.
Exactly. Not sure. I guess lap traffic may be slowing them up, but lap traffic also going to prevent a pass there, as that just covers things off for SimSpot, allowing SRB to run away once again. Yeah, that is a lot of time lost here by the 237, and what was a battle for second now becomes a battle for the lead.
All right, battle for the lead here at this point. Here they go, as this is really all coming into play here. I absolutely love this for everybody.
And by the way, I mean, this is a bit of a Captain Obvious moment from Larry, but the 966 completed 78 laps on one tire set because they haven't changed tires because we're on lap 78.
Yeah, exactly. There we go. As a little bit of math brought to you here at this point. Now let's see if this battle is going to start to fire off here a little bit. Gosh, that SRB Motorsport by RR car just looking like they are slowing down more and more here at this point, getting their way around some lap traffic, trying to be able to find themselves a little bit more, and they just continue to find themselves in the back foot as they're going to catch a little bit of a break, as that's going to be them trying to get themselves forward, but SRB Motorsports by Lintinva being held up a little bit.
Yeah, and that maybe almost looked like an opportunity for SimSpot, but couldn't get to the inside. Another lockup in front of them, this time from the leader. Almost looks like there's a lot of trail braking coming down into Bucine, that last corner, because that's where we saw it last time too.
Yeah, I wonder if that's maybe a little bit of it here. We've got the live look on board here. Is now SimSpot Racing going to try to go for that run here at this point. Crossing over this way, crossing over that way, looking for the best absolute run.
Late move there from SRB's 181, but that will keep Marcus and the SimSpot car behind. He's got to be careful about that. You don't want to get a penalty for blocking there, but there wasn't overlap yet, so he didn't force him off the track. Just definitely made him think twice about trying to go to the inside.
Yeah, certainly didn't at that point. Just trying to push him out as much as possible and see if he can get that to play a little bit here at this point, but he's going to have to stay behind. The door is not open quite yet.
No, but as this battle rages on, it is still a three-way fight. Let's not forget, because the SRB car, the 237, up at the front of these two, and it does look like Modestas in that second place car is a little bit faster because he's getting ever closer. You can see he is now riding the bumper.
Yeah, he's all over the back here at this point, trying to put some pressure onto the back. And it just looks like here that Sakalias just not really having the push to go ahead as they try to go. Let's see if they can get anything to play. It just doesn't look like they've got the speed to be able to pull away here at this point. This is a rough run for them.
That absolutely is. Trying to square off the corner. Look at that. Trying to see if he can get the launch as the SRB Motorsport by Linvega fails to, unfortunately. Not as good of a run as the leader. This time, though, isn't as much under threat, it looks like, by the third place car coming down. So we might actually stay single file for the first time in some time as the 966. No, a big look up the inside. And in fact, this could create a pick for the SimSpot car. Not quite close enough to capitalize, but the Fordzilla machine definitely caught them out.
Yeah, definitely caught them out there at that point. That's going to put them on the back foot a little bit. Let's see how they try to handle themselves now as they're going to continue to work their way through, trying to piece their way through. That got a little bit close.
Also, car 58, that's going to be one of the A&R endurance machines, going to get a penalty for contact with the 27. This has suddenly gotten very exciting for the lead here in the LMP3s when it was separated not too long ago. But it looks like Andreas is holding them off for the time being. But how much longer can he do so?
Yeah, how much longer is he going to be able to put himself into this position to be able to hold that out here and not have to worry about the battle? This is going to be a little bit crazy. I've got to be a little bit worried if I am any of these other drivers that this is going to be causing them to use up a little bit more of the tires than they wanted.
Also, an update, getting information that Team Fordzilla did, in fact, pit on lap 78. So that's how far they went, where they finally changed tires, and maybe that's why we're seeing them push their way through now, is finally get some side-by-side coming off the final corner, and SRB Motorsports Lynn Vega very, very slow.
Oh, very, very slow. This could be the opportunity that they need to get themselves into good position. Let's see here if they're able to do it. Closing down in is SimSpot Racing. Takes another look to the outside. Here they go down into the braking zone of turn one, but a wiggle prevents them from getting ahead.
Sending it deep. The 181 will hold them off. They made an attempt at a pass at the lead, but it backfired for a brief moment. They got to watch out for that. And off course, that's going to settle it. 2 positions lost in 1 turn by the SRB R&R car, and that means the 181 is your new leader.
All right, there it is, your new leader, the 181 SRB Motorsport by Lintinva here, coming in and being able to take that away courtesy of that little bobble that you saw earlier on.
Sometimes you just got to stay patient and wait for the race to come to you. So now that they've got clear air, can they start to run away? Does look like the 237 is struggling a little bit, because remember, they were caught up by those two. And then now they had a little bit of a hiccup that cost them the lead. So wonder if they're one of those that sits on a double stint on their tires looking to try and extend this out.
Yeah, I wonder if that could be the case here for them. Not entirely sure how that's exactly going to stack out in terms of all of that pit stop strategy here for them. Let's see what they can do. Now, I'm going to be curious here. Interesting, we just talked about Team Fordzilla starting to pull away here, starting to put some stuff together. Juan Manuel Gomez behind the wheel of that 966 just put the fastest lap of the race down. There is your comparison in terms of lap times, though, for your LMP3 leaders here at this point.
Battle for the lead now. SimSpot Racing wants to try and take it away from SRB R&R. They've been fighting them before. This time it's for that little bit more. And again, around the outside, not working for them through San Donato.
Yeah, just not really playing out there at that point. Not what they wanted to have happen. Not able to get anything to go. And now they're going to put themselves a little bit farther down in the running as a result of that. It's going to be a little bit tougher.
Little bit of lap traffic as well there. That was the Yellow Submarine 534 that almost caused an opportunity, but still couldn't manage to get by. Things staying tight here between P1 and P2 and LMP3s, and has been for the last couple laps.
Yeah, very, very close here, and we're about 2.5 hours into this 4-hour race, so let's see if they are able to get themselves into position. We're going to take a look here, a little bit of side-by-side, farther back in the field. No, excuse me, this is the battle.
That's for the lead.
For the lead, yeah.
He gets it. SimSpot is now your leader in that number 88, and that was into Scarperia, which again is a difficult place to make a pass. Also, some dramatic developments. OBS World by Simsa, their charge back through the field has been scuppered by the incident limit. They will have a drive-through penalty, and the 237 team, That is SRB Motorsport R&R. Remember we saw them struggling? Well, they blew a tire.
Oh, they blew a tire here at this point. That is going to be rough running there for them. We've talked about that happening here earlier in the race. That's happened more than a few times before. So this is going to be a rough run there for them. But this battle here up for the top continues to be absolutely electric as it looks like SRB Motorsport not letting them get away. OBS World by Simpson, by the way, though, coming down into pit lane.
Yeah, serving that penalty, it looks like, for them. And you're right, yeah, the 181 may have lost the lead, but they're not letting it slip out of their grasp quite yet. And this is about, looks like 5 seconds ahead of third place now that we had to have that pit stop for the 237 team, which have come in. It looks like they're actually switching drivers. Godvilas is going to be getting into that car now and taking them hopefully to the end of the race. Well, we usually have a lot of drama in this series and a lot of twists and turns, but this one has definitely been some unexpected ones.
Yeah, this has been absolutely unexpected, absolutely crazy here at this point. I've really seen some stuff that I was not prepared for. By the way, here is that battle, 10-10 HundredForce. This is for second in the LMP3 or the GT3 category here as they run. We do expect a pit stop soon here from your leader, Race Onion.
Also, you just mentioned it there, Race Onion expected to be pitting in. They're 38 laps into the stint here. I wonder if they're also going to try and take tires or if they're going to save a set at this stage. That'll mean WSR Esports Butt Kicker will be inheriting the lead, but they are in lap 32, so they'll probably be in shortly after that as well. That'll cycle back around. And another puncture, the 531 team, that is Yellow Submarine Sim Lab. That's one of our LMP3s.
Yeah, one of our LMP3s here at this point. They're going to be able to come on in. As we watch, though, the 181. Joe, I've got to keep coming back to this. I'm very, very impressed here by this run from Karasakis, from Modestus right now. Keeping this battle up, keeping it close, keeping the competition very, very tight between them and the lead here for SimSport Racing in this LMP3 category.
Also worth noting that the Yellow Submarine car went past the pit entry. I think they're now suffering that flat, though. So I guess they've discovered it at this stage because I just saw them go wide. But we're going to watch this fight here between these pair for the lead, working their way through the latter half of the circuit. Thankfully, they're not going to be close to that car that has a flat, trying to limp his way back to the pit lane. Really putting the pressure on now. You can see him kind of poking and prodding, getting underneath that rear wing of the 88.
Yeah, really trying to see if they can maybe force him offline a little bit, have a little bit of a problem, have a little bit of a run, and just see if they can get anything to play. I like the strategy here. Just try to force him offline a little bit. See if you can force him into a mistake. It's a good way to run.
Yeah, you want to try and get into your rival's head a little bit, and those psychological games can actually have a pretty big effect. These two will flash past the pits, which now sees Race Onion in there. This is a pretty good run by the 181, but he doesn't show himself down to the inside. That's interesting. I thought he would try and make a little bit more aggressive move.
Yeah, I thought he would as well, especially considering that is going to be the slow and confused OBSP car coming up behind them. So I would have thought that would have put a little bit of a fire underneath them, but clearly it's not. They're relatively okay.
Yeah, in fact, wasn't even able to use that purple OBSP car to try and make the pass. What about this one? That's Beerskin trying to see if they can sneak through. He's going to split them temporarily and turning into the corner. SimSpot Racing put off the racing line slightly. SRB lent Vega right up underneath them, up and over the crest. Still not quite there. Here's where we saw the pass last time, but not this time.
Yeah, not this time. Not going to get it to play there at that point. They're going to have to hold their way out right now and do this the old-fashioned way a little bit as they now try to continue to go. They've got a little bit more competition behind them. That's one of the OBSP cars coming up from behind right now. Waiting to see if they can fire that out. Maybe use them as a little bit of a pick. Try to see if they can get them into position. By the way, your longest fuel stints thus far being held by Race Onion. 55 laps on the last time they pitted. They did a 39-lap stint last time around.
Oh, a little bit wide here. Change of the lead. SRB Lent Vega manages to sneak underneath. Oh, and a pit stop. Looks like SimSpot Racing is coming in.
SimSpot is coming in, trying to see if they're able to do that. Let's see if they can maybe use that to be able to get themselves on by.
Interesting call from them there. They went out wide. I wondered why they were kind of moving to the outside with that prototype to their outside. So I guess they were just trying to motion, hey, we're pitting in. We need that lane, thank you.
Yeah, they clearly just wanted to be able to come on in and get themselves in here at this point, and here they go. Trying to find out, though, exactly how the rest of this is going to fly. Let's see what they do and how they decide to do it here at this point. Here we take a look at this battle, ARTS and Race Onion. Now that Race Onion has made their pit stop, I've got to imagine that the speed here for Race Onion is going to start to play through a little bit, and they're going to get their way by pretty quickly.
Yeah, you got to think so, but we'll have to wait and see. In fact, I'm double checking to see if they took tires or not, and no, they did not. No tires for the 15. That was fuel only, but they are back out, refreshed, ready to go, and are actually within about half a second of ATRS for the podium now.
Yeah, they're not too far behind here at this point, so that's good running for them. They're going to feel pretty happy about that, I would have to guess. And so now they're going to be pushing ahead.
So current leader, you can see they're on lap 35 of the stint. So since I think it was lap 38, 39 that we saw Race Onion pit in, expecting within the next 3 laps or so for the 116 to follow suit in their Cadillac. They've got a pretty healthy gap over BC Vault as well. It's about 15 seconds between them currently. And there we go on screen. Race Onion is now back up onto the podium already.
Back up onto the podium already. Not entirely surprising there at that point. They are in good position. We've seen the speed that that car has over the course. And they're going to be running their way forward.
Yeah, they certainly seem like one of the most likely to take the win here today. Started this race from the pole position, had been controlling it for some time, but doing quite well out there.
All right, as we bring our way back through here at this point, it is an absolute pleasure to be bringing you all of the action here as part of OBS from the OBS World Cup powered by HundredForce, and we're bringing the action to you directly. In the spirit of this incredible championship, we're proud to announce the latest update to the OBS World app. Not only can you witness the pinnacle of sim racing, but you can also dive into a world where your automotive dreams come true. Customize your digital garage to perfection, connect with car enthusiasts globally, and compete for fantastic prizes. Don't just watch the race, be a part of the action. Download OBS World now and start your journey in the ultimate car enthusiast community. Your dream garage is waiting. And Joe, while we were in that ad, you just said that we've had a little bit of action here as it looks like the 181 has had a wreck.
From out of the lead, coming down through Casanova, they spun. I think they managed to get away without any sort of contact, but they fall back to second place now with a much bigger gap to make up.
A much bigger gap to make up here at this point. My goodness gracious, this is starting to get a little bit crazy. More and more of these drivers just having problems and getting themselves into more and more issues here as this race continues to go along.
So here's a replay. I don't think this is... No, this is not the incident that I was just talking about, I don't think. Or no, it was. Okay, so it wasn't at Casanova. That was Scarperia, where he had that spin, sending one of the OBSP cars scattering to try and avoid the accident. Also, OBS World by Simsa pits in, and it looks like BC Vault have been in and out, taking their stop. Oh, and our leader is in. WSR Esports butt kicker should hand the lead back to Race Onion now.
Okay, so here it goes, is now it's going to change back around here at this point, and these drivers making that swap. We have a look at the replay here. This is the 181 lock up there on the right front tire. Too much speed brought into the first corner, and that's going to send him spinning around.
Well, you know what this has the hallmarks of, DJ? I wonder if they are to the end of the tire life there. I don't see a black and orange flag. That was car 88, actually. So, okay, so that was a different car, apparently having an issue out there. That would be SimSpot Racing.
Okay, so another car having an issue there at that point. WSR, Esports, Butt Kicker, ATRS Community, both down into pit lane here at this point. Let's also take a moment to talk here, though, about Juan Manuel Gomez for Team Fordzilla, as that car has been putting in lap times that are 4 seconds a lap faster than anybody else around them. They are on a tear.
Wow. I asked the question on if the tires were going to do enough for them. I'd say 4 seconds a lap will do it. That is massively impressive, and the saving has paid off. This is where their piggy bank is full, and now they can go and buy all the sweets that they want.
Yeah, I think so. They are definitely on that run. They are able to put themselves ahead and be able to get themselves into position to attack. They are looking very, very good here at this point. This is going to be good running for Team Fordzilla. They find themselves in third, still about 22 seconds off of Race Onion, but with the pace they're putting down, it's not going to be too much longer.
Yeah, and they still have an hour and 18 to go. That said, we don't know if Race Onion could maybe turn up the wick themselves. They pitted 4 laps ago. In fact, what does their lap times look like in comparison? 37, 36, 39. They're still slower than Team Fordzilla, but it does look like they can turn it up a little bit if they want, considering they can even get to the 36s. But Fordzilla consistently in the 35s.
Yeah, I mean, they are just running at an absolute breakneck pace here at this point, putting everything that they have on the table and going. 10 tenths, by the way, leading the way with the most overtakes. That's them down in the GT3 category here at this point.
And one thing to note about Race Onion, though, about them trying to run the pace that Team Fordzilla is, Race Onion didn't change tires last time, so they might have a bit harder time trying to push them. I mean, they could, but they're going to be a little bit more slippery, and they could chew them up quite quicker.
Yeah, they certainly can, as they continue to try to push themselves ahead here at this point. We look at the battle right now with the close running in this GT LMP3 category here at this point. See what they've got as they bring themselves around here at this point. This is the number 58, the ANR Endurance 58, and SRB Motorsport by GE. They were about 1.6 seconds behind. Let's see what they're able to do here at this point.
Yeah, in fact, I think they're going to get another spot because Beaver Grease Racing is now pitting. So the 58 will overtake them, get promoted up to, even 4th place. Because, yeah, ANR Endurance 113 also, or ANR Endurance 59, I should say, also pitting in. So number of drivers in our LMP3 category taking a stop. Also, we're hearing that WSR Esports Butt Kicker, that's 2nd place in the OBSP, did not take tires last time. So that's 1st and 2nd, who are currently being chased by Team Fordzilla on fresh tires that are trying to save at least one more stint.
Yeah, they're trying to save one more stint. The question is if that's going to all come to naught before this race is over, or if they are going to be in a position where they're going to be able to make it work. I mean, it's going to be a back and forth here at this point, Joe. I am not sure who's going to be able to make this play and who is not going to be able to make this play. It's going to be very, very fascinating to see exactly what can happen here in this running with not a lot of time left on the charts here for this to play itself out.
So here's what I'm thinking needs to happen for Fordzilla to have a better shot at this. If we get a caution before the next set of pit stops, then that will help out Team Fordzilla because they can push. But if we get it afterwards, during that last stint, they're all going to be on pretty much fresh tires anyway, so it won't really make much of a difference, but it will close them in, and they'll probably have the pace. It's just they're unfortunately going to be on even footing.
Yeah, I think that's about it. And frankly, with the pace that we've seen here out of Team Fordzilla, it's not. I wouldn't be surprised if they're able to make it push when they get onto that equal footing here at this point. Now, a couple of drivers down in the pit lane. Looks like Beaver Grease Racing, SRB Motorsport by GE, both coming on in, as is Yellow Submarine Squad SimLab 532.
Remember that number 14 Porsche? Well, there they are. They're fighting for a podium position right now, so have done a pretty good job trying to make up for the penalty that they got. And to their credit, they have been fast all day, so it's not a knock against that. It was just their own doing in their racecraft that kind of scuppered them, and they're trying to chase on Thomas Sibis in the 148 as we watch from the onboard there in the bottom.
As we watch from the onboard here, trying to see if this battle's going to play out. Well, that's scuppered away from us a little bit as Trisbal is going to come down into pit lane.
Never seems to fail. As soon as we feel like we're going to get some action, the 23 team, that's SRB Motorsports, G&E has blown a tire, so they're down in the pit lane. And Altus Esports, the number 30 machine, has for the second time today had a flat tire. So someone needs to go talk to them, have a Cole Trickle moment of how to preserve the tires.
Yeah, they do indeed. This is reminiscent here of Silverstone back in 2013 with everybody blowing tires here at this point. Everything just coming away from these drivers as they try to get themselves back around. Joe, I've never seen a race like this in terms of tire preservation. This is absolutely insanity when it comes to these tires.
I'm sure it's not fun in the car, but as a spectator, I'm enjoying this. I love how much it's forcing the drivers to really temper themselves. You have to be fast, but you have to be smooth. You have to be good behind the wheel. And to me, that is definitely much more of a sign of a fast driver. Yes, you could see people push as hard as they want, but a driver who can both be quick and still save the tires, that is very much a skill.
And it is one that I don't have, let me tell you that, by every stretch of the imagination. I cannot save tires to save my life, but Race Onion doing a good job to save those tires as much as possible. Maybe not as much as Team Fordzilla, but that gap has stabilized here for the moment, with Race Onion coming back out here as they go. And Juan Manuel Gomez putting down a 138 on his last lap. Marcus Deck for Race Onion putting down a 135, so maybe things have changed around here a little bit for him.
Yeah, I think that's going to be some of the traffic, because before that 138, it was still mostly in the 135s. There's a 36, a 37 in there, but it doesn't look like that is down to them losing the tires underneath them. But Onion actually kind of picking it up a little bit, if anything. Last one at a 35.9 shows that, yes, those tires can still go quick, even though they're old, and the 111 is now pitting.
Yep, they are going to come down into pit lane here at this point. The 111 deciding to bring things in. That's MTS Garage. That was your leaders up in the LMP3 category.
Interesting that they had moved themselves all the way up there. Remember, they had that run-in with another car at one point, but that, I think, is due to the pit cycle. Yeah, they went long compared to everybody else. Locals Autosport is the only other one we're waiting on to stop, and they were last in 16 laps ago. If I recall, I think they may have had a penalty, but I might be remembering wrong. But I think something has put them off strategy compared to everybody else, because they're kind of halfway through their stint.
Yeah, they're kind of halfway through. Let's see.
Is this onboard MTS? What's going on here?
Yeah, this is onboard MTS. If they have a problem coming down into pit lane, that's not going to be good there at that point.
Well, you wear the tires way down, guess what happens? The grip under braking also is not as good. Thankfully, I don't think that's going to be an unsafe pit entry. I think he'll be able to get away with that.
Yeah, I think he will as well here at this point. So that'll be him getting that done, and I think he'll be okay. But once again, if that is an unsafe pit lane entry, then that will be a massive penalty for him.
Oh, maybe they did get an unsafe pit entry, because they've been in there for a full minute now. So maybe I spoke too soon. Yeah, definitely a lot longer than all the other stops around them, and that shouldn't be due to tires because they can do tires and fuel at the same time. So, well, there we go on that. They're back out and on their way. In the meantime, Race Onion on your screen with about 5 seconds of a lead over WSR. Let's see if Fordzilla's picked it up once again, or yeah, they've got it back down to a 36.3 last lap. So they've cut a little bit into Race Onion, but it's not as drastic as what we saw before.
Yeah, it's not nearly as drastic as what we've seen. I mean, still, though, it's about 3.5 seconds there on the last lap. Again, traffic coming into play there for both of those, but my goodness gracious. I mean, this is pretty remarkable to see that, you know, going back and forth for all of them.
It's going back and forth, but like I said, Fordzilla definitely needs to be eating away very, very quickly here because they've got about 27 seconds to make up to catch up to Race Onion. So they got some work to do. As I think we're checking in on, it looks like for that battle for the podium in the GT3s, I think that was. No, that was Blue by Techie that we saw with Trispell of Esports. That's for 7th place.
All right, so they're going to be working their way on through. We follow the 148 right now. This is Trispell of Esports. They do find themselves about a lap down from the top 3 here, top 2 in running, although HundredForce is coming down into pit lane, so that's going to change things up a little bit.
And WSR really gaining on them, but they've got 4-lap fresher tires than, well, not 4-lap fresher tires. Actually, yes, they do have 4-lap fresher tires than Race Onion because neither of them changed them last lap, but both of them are on pretty old ones at this stage. But down to 5 seconds. Last lap for that 116, a 36.6. Race Onion on a 39.8. It looks like that last lap. So yeah, that's a big chunk taken out. Granted, again, traffic having a part of that. Race Onion just crossed the line, and it was a 36.2. WSR with a 35.9. So still another 0.3.
Yeah, so it's definitely, you know, playing back and forth here at this point. This is just absolutely fascinating to see what they're able to do and how this is coming down. I think Race Onion's starting to feel the effect of running those tires as long as they did here at this point. We've got a replay here coming down into turn 1. Looks like we could have an LMP3 carrying a little bit too much speed. Slow, lazy spin, the rear end giving out. Yeah,
that's the 58 car of Marcin Junk. Thankfully, nobody ran into him, just kind of went off to the outside of the corner and was able to find a clear spot to get going once again. Checking in, I think, with Gail Valero. This is our leader in the GT3s, and a very handy lead up there. We mentioned that Gail is the platinum driver for this team, and boy, is it showing. 20 seconds over P2.
20 seconds over P2 here at this point. Yeah, they are absolutely going for broke here at this point. It is very, very impressive, especially around this circuit. I mean, you know, this is a place where I would imagine that Porsche's got to be a real handful to try to control with that rear engine design, and it's not easy to control it and doing a great job. There's the average stint pace, by the way. Team Fordzilla a full second faster.
Wow. There you go. It is definitely leaning in favor of the 966. But that is to the leader. I'm curious if they're also just as quick as WSR, since we know that they've been kind of gaining here and there on Race Onion as well. So it might not be Race Onion that they're trying to catch. Maybe it's WSR that they're ultimately looking at.
Yeah, very well could be. I mean, we don't know how this is going to play out. We assumed that it was going to be Fordzilla that was charging down, but their lap times have been diminishing here in the last couple of laps, so we'll have to see what exactly this comes out to do.
While the leader Porsche here in our GT3s just ticking off the laps bit after bit. 1 more hour to go. Should be actually within the pit window if they did want to try and pit early to cover off the possibility of full course yellow, but we haven't had one since the single one that we had almost about halfway through this race.
Yeah, so I don't know if we're going to have another one here at this point. There's still plenty of time left to go in this race. There's still plenty of time that we can see here at this point that we could get a driver to be able to get themselves into a position to have a problem. Remember, this is not done by calculating incident points or anything like that. These are done as if there were a driver you are not allowed to tow here on the circuit. We do have reports here of another blown tire, this for the number 11 machine. Looks like yet another blown tire. That's going to be for the beer skin by Simsakar.
And they've already had one this race. So again, something about their driving is not quite working out. So they'll have to go back and reassess on that one. They'll actually carry on, and this is not the first time I've seen this, where it seems like it's almost kind of a slow leak, if anything, these blown tires sometimes, because they don't seem to lose too much pace, and they are able to hustle the car back around at a pretty decent pace.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like they're able to do it, get themselves back around and back into position. So that is going to be a little bit of an advantage there to that. Now, this that we watch right now, this is the 15-year leader right now. That gap has shrunk ever so slightly between themselves and WSR Esports butt kicker. It's down to about 5 seconds, call it 6 seconds at this point.
And if the long pit stop for the 111 was for the pit entry, an unsafe pit entry, they've also gotten a warning from race control for bad rejoin to pits. Not sure. That's a bit strange. Maybe they had a car coming up behind them and they weren't watching, that's what that meant. But I've never seen that one. Bad re-entry to pits.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what that is. That's got to be what we saw there on the screen. I would got to imagine that for them, that's going to be what it is. Again, this battle that you see on your screen, this is not for position necessarily, as this is your leader, Race Onion, working their way by. That is a lapped car behind them.
Yeah, that's the ATRS community. That's the number 75. First car lap down, actually, out there right now. So they're just trying to probably bring this one home, although they do still have a fight with Slow and Confused. They're about 7 seconds behind the 325. They could still try and catch them and see if they could get one more. But just about to that 1 hour mark now, to the final quarter of this race. Fordzilla, I think, has equaled out a little bit because they're still at about 22 seconds behind. Let me check here. No, laps are still 2 seconds a lap faster the last 2 laps. So yeah, they are cutting down.
They're cutting down, but it's not coming in at a series of knots here at this point. It's not completely just coming down by leaps and bounds. They've still got an hour left to play here at this point, so there's still plenty of time for it to play out, but we'll have to see what this ends up being here at this point.
Indeed, and ticking off another lap there. That is now lap 104 for Race Onion with Marcus Deck behind the wheel. So we check in on some of our LMP3s. This is Stefan Valoy in the ANR Endurance number 59 right now. He's trying to see if he can catch up to Beaver Grease Racing. It's about 2 seconds between them. Of course, not battling here with the GT3. That's the HundredForce Mercedes, just kind of pulling out of the way to let them through. But this blue machine is within range that he could maybe try and take away that 4th spot if he could just catch up to the 815, who ahead of him is also having to deal with now the almost conveyor belts of traffic that we've got, because we still have 42 cars out and running. Ivano's number 6 machine is still our only retired car.
My goodness gracious, there they go. as they continue to go, and we take a look back here and live from the exhilarating OBS World Endurance Championship powered by HundredForce, we're bringing the thrill of the race directly to you. In the spirit of this incredible championship, we're proud to announce the latest update to the OBS World app. Now, not only can you witness the pinnacle of sim racing, but you can also dive into a world where your automotive dreams come to life. Customize your digital garage to perfection, connect with car enthusiasts globally, compete for fantastic prizes. Don't just watch the race, be a part of the action. Download OBS World now and start your journey in the ultimate car enthusiast community. Your dream garage is waiting. Go ahead and scan that code there or get the app on the App Store or the Google Play Store today. Massive thank you, as always, to everybody there behind the scenes that makes that happen and makes it work for us. There is WSR Esports butt kicker, the 116, starting to close down as we come down under an hour to go here, Joe.
Yeah, it's under 3 seconds now, so they're continuing to chip away at Race Onion. We've been seeing that every once in a while. I think it's just been inconsistent because of the lap traffic and when you hit it, where you hit it out here. But it does look like over the course, over the arc of things, the WSR team is slightly quicker than Race Onion, the way they've been chasing them. That's still before we get to that last pit stop, which pretty sure everybody needs at least one. Speaking of which, is this PPF Racing Team? Yes, it is. That's our leader in the GT3s.
All right, so there we go. That is PPF Racing Team and the 227 coming down in, and that is Gil Valero, the platinum-rated driver that is getting out from behind that idea of the car right now. Very, very impressive stuff for them. They have been absolutely on a tear here at this point. As we watch now on your screen, that is going to be the number 116 WSR Esports butt kicker machine as they bring their way on through.
Yeah, last lap. Oh my goodness, that was a huge bit eaten out. It was a 36.4 for WSR. Onion was a 38.5. It is down to under a second. They can now see their rivals up ahead and are chasing.
They are ready to go here at this point. They can see them right up ahead. 0.5 of a second now, the gap. That is it on your screen. It is go time for WSR.
They've done the hard work. They're catching up to them. Now the question is, can they actually manage the pass as we ride on board? And yeah, you can see the motivation. Once you see that car in front of you and you know that you're chasing, then it's just, again, I said the psychological aspect of racing is huge. It motivates. You feel the urge to push that little bit harder. The downside is sometimes you can wind up over driving the car if you feel that push, trying to catch up to the car in front of you. You have to stay calm. You have to keep hitting your marks. And so far, it seems like that's exactly what they've been doing.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what they've been doing. And there you see a very heads-up play trying to get the draft off of the LMP in front. That's a little bit of a tight move because they're coming down through the corners, but they are pushing ahead, trying to not get any sort of run there. And
into pit lane comes Race Onion. So that's our leader now pitting in. And that should, I think, take them to the end, if I'm not mistaken. This is going to be close, but I think it should.
It'll be close, but I mean, 55, 56 minutes, that should work out. That should be okay for them. That should be them to the end.
They're going to switch drivers as well, and they are taking tires. No shock there. They had a set left. Might as well plop them on here for the end. So Marcus Stack out, Peter Zuba in.
All right, so there it is. Take tires, change the drivers, do everything you can here at this point and see if they are able to get their way forward more.
So WSR now inherits the lead, but they still owe us a pit stop. Fordzilla definitely owes us a pit stop as well. They're on lap 28 of their stint, but WSR can go longer if they so desire. Granted, again, I wouldn't play games with this. I wouldn't take the gamble and risk a caution coming out, because if that happens, everybody that still needs to take their pit stop basically will get shuffled behind the leader. So, which will be Race Onion in this situation. I think that within the next probably 3 laps, you should think about pitting in.
Yeah, I think so as well. And basically the only thing of why you would want to stretch this as long as possible was to maybe get a yellow to catch you out right here. But we haven't seen that many yellows, and I've got to think here at this point that you want to be able to make this as comfortable as possible. Get that fresh set of boots if you've got them, and try to protect your car as much as you can.
To borrow a phrase from one of my favorite YouTubers, there is a non-zero chance of a yellow. So that means there's still a chance. You can't really play games with that and throw the race away for something that was out of your control. What you can control is your pit stops, so might as well put that to bed. WSR 16 seconds ahead of Fordzilla right now, and BC Vault by Simsa has moved into 3rd, but again, they also need to take a pit stop, so they'll probably hand that back to Team Fordzilla or WSR before this is over. As we check in with one of our Audis in the GT3s.
All right, one of the Audis in the GT3s. This is the number 10 machine. This is 10/10 Racing. They currently run in 3rd place in class, only about 1.2 seconds behind your 2nd place driver there. So not that far behind. They're definitely got a little bit to run here.
The number 10/10 car is on lap 12. So as he tries to catch up to Over the Limit Racing Blue, he's got to make up about a second up to that number 747 at this stage. And it's been a good race from Over the Limit Racing Blue. I believe they were the ones that we saw earlier that we thought were going to inherit the lead, and it wound up being Yellow Submarine Squad SimLab. But a podium might still be on the cards for that 747, depending on the pace that Bumbulis has underneath him. That Audi does look pretty good today.
Yeah, it really does. And again, that mid-engine design really doing a good job to help it rotate through the corners. I'm not surprised by the Audi looking good here today and definitely getting itself into a position where it's going to be able to take advantage of that inherent way around the track.
By the way, WSR Esports butt kicker pits in. Fordzilla now inherits the lead, but still owes us a pit stop. So they'll probably carry on pushing, try and do this go as long as they can, as we see a replay. Oh, and that's one of our LMP3s get turned around. I think that may have been one of the Altus cars.
No, that was 2 to go green, I believe, there. They got spun around there. Yes,
I mean, they hit them.
Oh, that hit them, excuse me.
Yeah, I think that may have been the Altus car that ran into him. Sorry, I should have been clear.
Gotcha. Yes, that was the Altus car that hit them, I believe. But certainly that was the 2 to go green car. They've had a really rough day out there. This has not been their day by any stretch.
Now, and I thought Race Onion just got passed by BC Vault. No, I think it's BC Vault being overtaken, actually, is what happened there. Yeah, so there was a moment for BC Vault, and Race Onion nearly got by. Now they've finished the pass and are up into 2nd place. So BC Vault has lost that P2 that they had temporarily, as we continue to follow that battle for P2 in the GT3s on your screen. Currently being interrupted by Beaver Grease Racing, who sits in 6th for that number 12 LMP3.
All right, we're going to take a look at a replay here at this point. This is that pass that you were talking about coming down into turn 1. Race Onion took a look down to the inside. Oh, that was from a long way back to try to get that set. And look at this, was able to diamond off the corner, get a better run off of there as a result. And now going to work their way back up the hill and try to make it play.
Yeah, now is when he finally gets side by side. And do they finish the job? Yes, down into turn 4. But they must be pushing hard, because it'd be kind of silly for them to try and pass somebody who still needs a pit stop that aggressively. I think that's just, they are going full tilt right now to try and keep up with Fordzilla, just in case their extra pace puts them at odds in that last stint.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. They certainly know that they are in that position, and they know where they need to run. Oh, look at this, off and onto the grass for the Cadillac. My goodness, that's the 116. That is the WSR Esports by butt kicker machine making some move.
Yeah, some risky moves there, but it paid off in the end. The nice thing is that iRacing has kind of changed the grass model in the last couple of builds so that it's not an instant spin if you go off there. It's still risky. I would not advise it, but much like in real life, there is some grip out there on the grass. There's just not as much as what you've got in the pavement.
Yeah, not nearly as much grip as it used to be at that point, or more grip than it used to be, thank goodness, for the majority of the drivers. Here's the 148 machine, trying to close down on PPF Racing. Trisbalvo right now, it's about a 1 second the gap as they work their way on through. Oh, getting held up in traffic, though, here. That's the number 47 machine, the BC Vault by Simsa car.
Yeah, not what they were hoping for in that situation, although did they just go around the WSR? Oh, I think that was a slowdown penalty from Roos or something, because he just suddenly went slow and allowed him by.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure exactly how that played itself out, but now here comes a little bit of a pass. WSR trying to get onto the back of BC Vault by Simsa. This is a battle for position. This is a battle for the final position on the podium.
Yep, trying to get that spot right back from BC Vault here, but this is a tough place to overtake as there's just not many slow corners. They're all kind of medium speed coming up the hill here. And then eventually it's back down they go into Casanova. But he's definitely looking quick compared to the Porsche, staying glued to that rear end. We're down to less than 50 minutes on the clock.
Right, less than 50 minutes to go as we continue to try to get their way forward. And we're joined here at this point by Marcus Deck up here in the booth. Marcus getting out of the car. How's everything feeling? How's the tire wear out there, my friend?
First of all, hello everyone. Yeah, the tire wear is really bad. This track eats the left front especially. The left rear is getting worse and worse still. But it's better than at the start. So yeah, Peter had a hard time, even harder time with the tires. I had like 10 to 15% more left, but still it's hard to drive.
Well, at this point in the running, I mean, it looks like you guys are on pretty much full push mode here as we see Team Fordzilla and BC Vault by Simsa coming down in. I assume you guys don't need to make another pit stop. Is this full speed ahead?
Yeah, we are done with pit stops, so everything goes to plan now. We should drive to the end. Yeah, we are still managing the pace, so basically we are still trying to keep the tires alive for a later push potentially. Because what I noticed during my stint is that traffic is like, yeah, give or take. You can have good luck with traffic, you can really have bad luck and lose like up to 4 or 5 seconds. Yeah, it's gonna think decided at the end.
Well, I mean, you know, what can you guys do here at this point? You're up in the lead now at this point. 8 seconds the gap between you and WSR by butt kicker. You just set the fastest lap of the race. That's gotta make you feel a little bit happier, a little pretty good, I've got to imagine.
I mean, the odds looks good. But yeah, we cannot forget with the traffic, with the GT3s, with the LMP3s, everything can happen at any moment. So yeah, plan is to drive the 45 minutes or whatever is left full focused and don't get in any issues of whatever kind.
Well, we wish you all the luck in terms of those no issues. Marcus, thank you so much for joining us. We'll let you get back on the box for your teammate here in the final 45 minutes.
Thank you.
All right, that was Marcus Deck, driver of the Race Onion machine. Interesting insights there of just how much they are running those tires to the absolute limit here, Joe.
Yeah, fascinating stuff. Unfortunately, another team has done that. ATRS Community, the number 75, blew their tires, so they're going to have to take to the pits. OBS World by Simsa also pitted in for their final stop. Team Fordzilla actually fell down to 4th, but they're going to get promoted back up to 3rd. They still lost time, though. They're 27 seconds behind. Remember, it was about 22 before the pit stop, but they also had, looks to be about a 6-second longer stop. So that explains the loss of time for the 966.
All right, so that does explain it there at that point in exactly what that was. Looks like Adam State is joining us now here at this point. Joe, I'll turn that one over to you.
Yep, this is Adam running with, actually trying to, I think that was with the WSR car, if I'm remembering correctly, the 116. Yes, indeed. So, Adam, you've got Gabriel out in the car now. We saw a moment where you guys had to slow and give a spot back to BC Vault. Was that a slowdown penalty?
No, Gabriel just had a slight scary moment where he went on the grass to overtake. So, after checking the regulations again, I thought it would be best just to make sure we hold on to second, not get in the eyes of the stewards, and just give the place back and then pass into their lead later on.
Ah, that explains. That's very clever of you guys then, because we didn't even notice that you had gained a position in that moment, though we did see the moment in the grass. We had been kind of following you guys' progress, and at times you were catching up to Race Onion. Now that you both have taken your final stops, do you still think you can have that pace advantage to continue to run them down?
Anything's possible. With the championship concerned, I'm kind of just wanting to make sure we get P2, but I trust Gabriel to have the pace to do what he needs to do, and if he has a chance, I'm sure he will take it.
No doubt. What about the threat of Fordzilla? They saved massive tires. They went the full first half of the race and then some on a single set. So we've been kind of watching them and seeing how they're going to do in this race. Do you feel like they're a threat even though they're that far behind?
I mean, anything could happen, especially if there's a safety car. So I've got Gage just managing the tyres, so we're all kind of, if there is one at the end, we've got the best chance of at least holding on. But I believe we're all on the same strategy in terms of we've all just taken the last set of tyres, so I think it's just game on to the end.
Well, this has been a really fascinating one to watch from our perspective. Adam, congratulations on what has been a pretty good race so far. Best of luck for the remaining 43 minutes.
Thank you, guys.
So that was the 116 driver, Adam State, who has Gabriel Roos now in the car. And they're at about 7 seconds. So actually, I think they lost time as we were talking to Adam there, because it was at 5 seconds before.
That may, if that's commentator's curse, we apologize there for that, obviously, as that does happen every once in a while. But there we watch the number 10 machine as it circulates around 10-10s, trying to be able to close their way in. This is one of the closer battles, and this is for the top spot here at this point as they try to close on in up in front of them. This battle down to about 0.4 of a second, and this is for the lead in the GT3 category.
That said, is Over the Limit Blue done with their stop? Because PPF Racing Team pitted about 8 laps ago. So they were our leaders. And we're going to be watching that battle here for what is currently the lead, as we heard DJ talking about. Over the Limit Racing Blue over 10/10ths now. And trying to see if they can hold them back. Porsche versus Audi. That's something that we certainly heard many years in sports car racing, but they've got a gap of about 6 seconds over HundredForce, who are behind them. But as we heard, it seems like time can be won or lost very easily in traffic here, so those 6 seconds might not be all that safe.
Yeah, exactly. That's the big thing here at this point. The other thing to keep in mind right now, Team Fordzilla just put in a purple lap time. They did pick up an off-track, unfortunately, so that's going to discount that. That's the reason why you don't necessarily see that on your screens, but they are gaining massively here. They're only 15 seconds behind WSR Esports butt kicker up in front of them, but that battle certainly could develop here in the upcoming moments. We're going to keep our eyes on the battle right now with Over the Limit Racing Blue and 10/10, see how that plays itself out here for the moment, because that is the most fascinating battle that we have on the screen right now. But nevertheless, there could be some interesting stuff firing off here in the not-too-distant future.
And here's the really interesting thing about it all, is I was looking at those lap times, and it was a 34-1 that Abel Torres did. The fastest lap for Race Onion. This is the whole race. They've got a 34.6, so that's half a second quicker. In fact, you could just see on your screen the purple lap just went to Fordzilla. That was a legitimate one at a 34.4. They are going at it now.
Yep, it is go time here for Team Fordzilla. They are going to be trying to close up behind. And remember, they were the last team to make that pit stop. We're going to see if that strategy of saving tires over the course of the run will indeed play itself out, or if they're going to come up a little bit short. We'll have to wait and see. Still plenty of time to figure that out. Meanwhile, the Audi closing in behind 10-10 Racing, trying to see what they've got as they continue to try to close down on Over the Limit Racing Blue in front of them.
Also, unfortunately for fans of the 30-team Altus Esports, got themselves another penalty for that contact we saw on screen a bit ago. This is close and a pick. Oh, running into the back maybe of the LMP3. The Audi nearly gets into a wreck. Now the LMP3 has to avoid running into the Porsche because of the extra speed. And somehow we don't have an accident out of all that. He tries to dash away in front of them, said, I'm out of here. I don't like the way you guys play.
No, he did not like that at all, does not want to be involved in that, and that is a very, very perilous situation that he found himself coming up against here at this point. Let's see, though, what can happen as that number 10 Audi continuing to close down. That could have been the moment there for him, using that car as a little bit of a pick, but as you said, Joe, it just did not play itself out with the car getting in the way.
Bambulis has been just hounding that 747 for some time now. He still has plenty of race to go, as that was a great exit out of Arabiata 1 there for Justus there in the 747. So he pulled himself away, but you can see him reeling him back in under braking the Audi, looking strong down into the corner. And that could come in handy later on if he's got a better braking than his rival.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. If he's able to dive on the binders a little bit better, a little bit easier, and able to make that play a little bit more, that could be the difference between a win and a loss here in class. He's going to have to be aggressive, he's going to have to be assertive, but he's also got to be aware that there's still 38 minutes left to go in this race, as Alexander Walton now sets the fastest lap of the race for OBS World by Simsa.
Interesting. Okay, and that is the last car in the lead lap, kind of set backwards from their penalty earlier on. So they've unfortunately not been able to really show what is possible, which it kind of stinks for them because, I mean, they really charged their way forward after an end-of-line penalty to start this race, and then it was all undone by that black flag on top of things. So the 66 has caught up to BC Vault for a fourth place potentially. Just they're not looking at a win here today unless we do get that caution flag to bunch everybody up once again as we continue to watch Over the Limit Blue. Now much more clear of 10-10s. In fact, that was because 10-10s tried to make a pass. And did we see that on screen? I was looking over at my timing tower.
Yes, we did. We did see that on screen. They tried to dive down to the inside, and it just didn't play itself out. There you see it. There it is, and a little bit of contact coming down through turn 1, and the spin for the 10 as well to add insult to injury.
Yeah, that means that they're now down in third, and HundredForce has inherited second place. They could still try to catch up to our leader, but they will need to push hard to try and do that. In the meantime, OBS World by Simsa has caught up to BC Vault and is now less than a couple tenths behind them.
Yep, here comes the battle. OBS World by Simsa certainly starting to put the screws to him here as they try to get by some of the LMP3 traffic, trying to see if there's anything to play. Not at the moment. They're going to have to hold on here a little bit longer and see if there's something else to be able to get to have happen. But here they go. The battle is on now for what will be fourth place.
5 cars left on the lead lap here for the prototypes, as well down to the inside of the LMP3. Baumler is willing to take the risks here to hold his rival behind, and it did pay off because he's still ahead of Walton, at least for the time being. It's the end of the race. Now is the time to kind of lay those cards on the table if you're willing to try and take those risks to get the position. Also, Fordzilla now has Torres 19 seconds behind the leader, so he has continued to chop away.
Yeah, continue to chop away here at this point. That's exactly what Team Fordzilla wants to do, wants to put them into that position, wants to get them up forward and see if they can get anything to go here at this point. It is time to push ahead if they are able.
Back onto the main straight here for the 66 car. He's got a good run. I don't know if he's close enough to the 47, though. He's going to stay right in his tire tracks to see if he can pull up close to him. But yeah, this is going to take a dive. Well, he's going to take a dive anyways, and he is going to be able to do it as Baumler does not fight that one. He lets him through.
Yeah, lets him through there. I think that was the writing on the wall there that he saw. And by the way, 10 seconds Fordzilla now that they have, so they're going to start pushing ahead here as they go. But I think that's actually good heads up there for BC Vault by Simsa. Recognition that that Porsche behind them was just a little bit faster, a little bit more speed, and that putting up a fight there in that battle was really going to come to naught.
Yeah, so that allows them into fourth, and the 66 now sets his sights maybe on Fordzilla, but I doubt it. They're about 48 seconds ahead, and Fordzilla is more concerned about maybe trying to take second, maybe even the win here today, if they can use that speed on those fresh tires to try and catch up to Race Onion, who is pushing themselves, we heard, to try and get to the end. 35.7s for their last 2 laps, and it was 35.3s for Fordzilla the last 2 laps.
Yeah, they are on a charge like we have not seen over the course of this race. About 4/10 of a second, excuse me, about 8/10 of a second faster on that last lap alone as they continue to try to get their push here at this point. We watch the battle right now back down for what is third in the GT3 category. 10/10 in blue by Techie trying to get their way ahead.
Yeah, so the 14 at least trying to get back up onto the podium, even if the win looks to be kind of out of their hands at this stage. Just don't think they're nearly close enough to over the limit blue to really be able to do that. But you never know. Again, as we've heard some of the drivers saying, sometimes the caution flags can throw everything for a loop, and suddenly the race is open once again. But as they work their way up out of Arabiata 2 and over the crest, right now his focus is on that Audi in front of him.
All right, here as they try to push his way ahead, trying to see if there is able to get anything to go. The question's going to be if he's able to make this push, if he's able to force him into a mistake, if there's going to be anything at all that he can do to try to get this position ahead. Again, he doesn't want to throw away a good result here. Championship points still on the line.
Absolutely. You have to think about that big picture out there, and let me actually double check to see where they are. Yeah, they're second in the points right now, and they're trying to chase Transport Engineers by Vilnius Tech. Their win last time launched them up to the lead, but they've been having a not the greatest of races today, unfortunately, getting involved in multiple incidents in that 117. They're down in 9th right now. So yeah, if I am the number 14, yes, 4th isn't great, but it's better to at least finish those many positions ahead of your rivals than throw it away.
Yeah, exactly. You want to try to get yourself into the best position as possible. You don't want to put yourself into a spot where you're going to have to be working your way back through the field and put yourself onto the back foot in those last 2 races. That is the last thing you really want to do here at this point. You want to just get yourself ahead, but get yourself ahead in a way that is going to be beneficial to your overall championship hunt.
Thought for a second I saw that Fordzilla had set another fastest lap, but I'm not seeing it. But I saw some purple flash across the screen there for just a moment. Was trying to track it down, and I seem to have lost them. So, oh well, we'll figure out who that was a little bit later. In the meantime, still close between these two, coming back down the hill once again, and Bambulis, I gotta say, despite having that little mistake earlier, is doing a good job withstanding the pressure. As we've got a bit of a replay. Whoa! That was an interesting lockup.
Yeah, that's the 181 SRB Motorsport by Lintingba here at this point. They just got spun around there. Looked like a little bit of a rear brake lockup, potentially coming back into the corner, maybe trying to adjust that brake bias to suit the tires as they're going.
And whoever was next to them on the track just used up all their luck, I think, right there, because that car was heading towards them and then snapped the other way at the last moment as they tried to correct it. So they're quite lucky that they didn't wind up in what would have been a pretty massive accident at high speed.
Yeah, exactly. That could have been very, very rough.
So 20 laps to go, we're predicting for Race Onion right now. Zuba in the car, running mid-35s, although he turned it up that last time. 35.2 on that last lap. So definitely picking it up, but unfortunately a 37.6 this latest one. Just the back and forth of that lap traffic has been a nightmare for drivers, it seems.
Yeah, it really has. Less than 20 laps to go here at this point. That is what we are calculating here as they go, as they try to be able to get their way up forward. The 14 machine trying to be able to see if they can get anything to play here as they run. Here we've got another incident. It looks like, oh, that's the Cadillac going for a little bit of a ride.
That WSR has seen plenty of the grass here today, the world's most expensive lawnmower at times, and that will cost him. He's still at about 7 seconds behind Race Onion now because of all those issues that they've been experiencing. But again, comes down to, I guess, it's the end of the race, so they're leaving nothing on the table.
Yeah, they're absolutely putting everything that they have on the line here at this point. It is go time. I mean, 30 minutes left to go. There is nothing to wait for here at this point. You have got to go, and you have got to go now.
Don't need to go to it, but Sierra Esports had a spin off the track and have finally returned, but it took a while for them to find their way back to the pavement. In the meantime, BC Vault looks like they've got some company. No, excuse me, that's not BC Vault. That's Bearskin with ATRS Community on the rear wing. How the mighty have fallen. The 11 up on the podium earlier in this race, and now just trying to scramble for a 7th.
Yeah, I mean, they're trying to hold on to it as much as possible here at this point. We had seen how well they were doing earlier in this race. They were fighting for the top 3. Dare I say, they were even fighting for the lead earlier on, and now they just find themselves well down through the order in a very, very rough run, and this is not the kind of day that they thought they were going to have when they rolled off the transporter here.
Also, our leader in the GT3s were given a warning for causing a collision. Now, I'm not sure if we saw that, did we? Because that is interesting. So they've gotten away with it, at least at this stage. The warning will keep them out in front, but they're on thin ice. They can't afford to have anything else like that, and they still only have 3 seconds back to HundredForce.
Yeah, they've got to move here at this point. They need to be able to put themselves into a position where they cannot run into any sort of a problem. As you said, 3 seconds, and 3 seconds only the gap. By the way, speaking of gaps, this is the number 75 machine, ATRS Community, closing down on Bearskin by Simpson that we said earlier. But Team Fortzilla has been able to get that gap down to about 6.7 seconds here. Not closing as quickly as I thought it would, but still closing nonetheless.
Yeah, it's starting to look like too little too late, although I think Team Fordzilla might be able to get second place because they are chasing on WSR Esports as well. So I think that's doable, but the win, I think, is starting to look maybe a little bit too far out. Who knows? It could still be on the cards, but as they start to even out, I mean, the pace probably not going to be enough by the end of it because they'd have to keep up that pace difference, I think, the entire time.
Yeah, it's they've got to absolutely push their way forward and really never stop here at this point. They have to just absolutely get their way as much as possible as and not be able to back off whatsoever. So at this point, it's going to be very, very tough for them to get themselves, I think, into a position to be able to take that lead. That lead's still about 12 seconds up ahead and up and down the road from them.
Now, here's a question. Do we know how long of a stint the LMP3s can go? Because we haven't really looked at the lead up there for some time, and it is Beaver Grease Racing, but they've got 28 laps since their last stop. Locals Autosport pitted 6 laps ago, and they're in second place. I suspect that the 113 is the one sitting in the position to take this win as it sits.
I think you may be right about that, and we'll have to keep an eye on that depending on how it shakes out. I mean, this could be a little bit of a situation where we see them get into a run where they've got to come in for a splash and dash, and as you said, with Beaver Grease only sitting about 3 seconds behind them, that splash and dash will be detrimental. That splash and dash will be the end of their race in terms of a chance for the win.
Yeah, the 815 is going to have to try and push hard. The good news is that's the other Beaver Grease behind Locals Autosports, but the Beaver Grease Plus has about 30 seconds. Now, granted, I don't think you can get in and out of the pits and do a splash and dash and keep the lead. So you'd probably have to try and race back and catch Locals Autosport, but you want to give himself more time to do that here at the end. So if they don't think they can make it, I'd say don't wait until the end to take that pit stop as we continue to watch the battle for third here between Bubulis and Povolitis.
Yeah, they're going to continue to fight it out here at this point and just try to see where they are able to go. Let's see what will happen. They've got some LMP, they've got some OBSPs coming up behind them right now. Let's see if that's going to bring in any more of a problem.
I'm checking back in here and there on Fordzilla as well, and it's down to 11 seconds from the lead, so it's still getting closer. Beaver Grease Plus expected pit in 8 laps. There we go. Big thanks to Larry, the stats guy, once again. So that confirmed my suspicions that they can't make it to the end from here. Can't stretch 8 laps over 23 minutes.
No, you really can't here at this point. Oh my goodness, how that is going to change things around for these drivers. You've got to really feel for them a little bit. I mean, they're praying for a safety car here.
Yeah, I'm sure there's some that are not happy with how things are. And we have to remember, we saw a spate of flat tires once again not long ago. When we get to the end of this stint, will we get some more right at the finish of the race with drivers using up a bit too much, and things looking exciting here down in the LMP3s in the fight for 8th place. That's SRB Lent Vega versus A&R Endurance 59.
Yeah, this is a nice little battle that we're seeing here at this point. A couple of these starting to come into the fore. I like this play. I like the way this is kind of working its way out here a little bit as they go. Ooh, that's a little bit hairy by OBS by Simsa as they try to work their way through that battle.
Yeah, the 66 still in full push mode and almost pushed into the side of one of their other class cars there for a brief moment. Now, the other one you see is 2 to go green. That's not for position. There's just they're just kind of hanging out behind that battle for 8th place in the LMP3s, despite being in the same class. But I honestly don't think it's worth those risks for that 66 car, if I'm frank. Because they're about 57 seconds behind Team Fordzilla. They're not catching them. Whoa! What is going on? That was one of the Yellow Submarine LMP3s. That was the 531.
Yeah, that was the 531 there, and that has changed that battle that we were following around there at that point. HundredForce back on the back foot. They were pushed off as a result of that, and Blue by Techie, they just got 3rd place.
Wow. And we're going to see the replay. I hope we get an onboard view from the 14 car. Look at this avoidance. Round the one, underneath the other, off the track. Now, both of them are off track, so even though he made the pass off course, I think that still should technically count.
I think it should as well, but my goodness gracious, that was about as close could be, and they're coming down into pit lane.
Ooh. And they're on lap 29. Now, I thought they should be able to get to the finish from here. Is this... yes, it is. Incident limits for the 10/10ths car. They've racked up too many over the course of this race. and that will unfortunately cost them a podium as the number 14. There's the perspective. Thread the needle.
Oh man, that is as close could be for that. My goodness gracious, brilliant avoidance there, and that's going to get Blue by Techie. As we said, that's going to give them a podium position. The only thing they've got to worry about here at this point is this Mercedes coming up behind them. That's PPF Racing Team in the 227. Excuse me, that's, this is the battle for the lead. No, excuse me, I got confused there for a second. This is Over the Limit Racing Blue getting chased down by HundredForce in the Mercedes.
I will say PPF Racing is only about 2 seconds behind Blue by Techie, and I keep mentioning Gail Valero. The reason we're hyping up that car, that is a 9,000 plus iRating driver. So yeah, a black stripe on the car. I'd say they are quick and could be a serious threat. But battle for the lead, as you mentioned, that 747 and the 171, just a second between them and less than 20 minutes left to go. This is what we love to see.
Yeah, this is absolutely incredible here from this to be able to see it. This is what we're here for in the final 20 minutes of this race, an absolute sprint to the finish. It doesn't get much better than this.
All right, so who is going to come out ahead after all is said and done? I've been loving this race at Mugello. I'm glad we switched to here from Imola, which is a good circuit, but this is, I haven't got to see a race of this length at this track yet, and certainly has been playing out in some unexpected ways that I don't think I've ever seen here on iRacing. There you can see the gap there at the bottom right of your screen between these top two.
All right, here they go, trying to close in, trying to see if anything can happen here. We've seen plenty of drama. We've seen plenty of fireworks here in the closing stages of this race. Are we going to see any more here as they go, as if that could even be possible?
Well, I think a battle for second could definitely erupt, because Fordzilla's down to 2 seconds away from WSR. So that is very much up for grabs, as HundredForce is a lot closer now. They are starting to press in on Bumbulas there not Bumbulas, Pranauskas there in the 747 leading this race. Can he make the pass, though, is the question. Gained 2 seconds in that last lap there, did Fordzilla, up at the upper right of your screen.
Right, here they go. Yeah, he's really starting to close in here at this point. Let's see if there's going to be any play. Some LMP3 traffic starting to make its way in there through the middle. The 747 trying to hold up, but the gap only down to 0.5 of a second here as they go.
Down the main straight between the pair of them, they'll be interrupted by the LMP3s. Locals Autosports, in fact, the driver we think should inherit the lead in the LMP3s there, with Villius in that one, and he's being chased by Beaver Grease Racing. That is for position, but that 12 also, like their sister team, does need to pit.
Yeah, they do as well, so they're going to have to see what they can do. Here we go. This is really starting to fire off here at this point. Take a look on board here as this starts to fire off as well. Beaver Grease and Locals Autosport. Remember, there is the pit stop that is still needed, as you said.
Yeah, and you know, honestly, if I'm on the box for Locals Autosport and we start getting some pressure from them, I'm telling them, let them go. Let them go. They're not our fight. And there's no point in risking the car. As it sits, strategy-wise, I believe, yeah, very, very safe. There's about 3 seconds down to SRB Motorsport. So as long as Locals Autosport does not lose too much time to the number 245, then they should be golden.
Yeah, they should be okay, but it's going to be the question of whether or not that is going to be a thing. I mean, if they're going to be able to keep that there, we will have to see. Again, 15 minutes there or thereabouts left to go in this race. Let's see how it fans out.
See if they take my advice on letting them through. You can see that battle for the lead in the GT3s as well, having an LMP3 come up the inside and break it up briefly, but they'll head onto the main straight and see a lot more of that slipstream start to help them along. But I think that was a bit too much for HundredForce to be able to catch them. In fact, now it's helping out the Porsche. Look at him pull the slipstream off the LMP3.
Oh my goodness, there it is, playing itself out is exactly as you said, using those other cars to a gap. By the way, Team Fordzilla has now also closed in within a second of the cars in front of them, so a good battle up there as well.
Yeah, there it is. Beaver Grease made a little bit, Locals Autosport made a little bit of a mistake, and Beaver Grease just slipped on through. I still think that was the right decision in the moment. Don't fight it. You're don't have to worry about them challenging you for position. Your fight is with SRB's 245 car. But HundredForce has gathered it back up and is now right back on top of the 747.
Yep, here they go. HundredForce on the attack, on the pounce right now with exactly 15 minutes left to go in this race. Altus Esports 30 looks like they got their pit stop strategy wrong. They're going to come down into pit lane.
Yeah, Altus Esports has been unfortunately having a pretty bad day. They're putting Matt Danson back in the car. Not sure, there might be a driver time limit on that, because I see Jordi Lopez has been in since lap 47, so he's been in for quite some time. We're on lap 128 for them now, so that might explain that. Fordzilla down to 0.7 of a second behind WSR. Again, I'm thinking their fight is for second in this race as the battle for the lead of the GT3 suddenly is side by side through the final corner.
All right, there they go, side by side through the final corner. The Mercedes going to try to get the drag down the straightaway. It's Mercedes versus Porsche here. A familiar phrase to all of us that know sports car racing. Let's see. It looks like the Mercedes has the edge here for the moment as HundredForce has it, and they're going to be later on the binders. HundredForce up into the lead.
And they are actually being approached by that battle that I was just talking about of Fordzilla starting to get closer and closer to them. Late in the race, neither party is going to be willing to give up as much. One gets by, that's Gabriel Roos, and he gets past two of them. Now they're going to have to be split by the Fordzilla car as Torres is trying not to lose time and catch him. They'll thankfully get by with very little drama.
Yeah, hopefully be able to get by there with very little drama indeed. That's the last thing they want here to fire off. But Team Fordzilla does have that down. Beaver Grease Racing Plus down into pit lane from the LMP3 category.
That should mean that Locals Autosport will inherit the lead, although Beaver Grease 12 did pass them. We haven't seen them pit in quite yet. They're on the same lap strategy as their sister team. So I'm expecting them to be in here shortly, as now we're going to watch that fight for P2 in the OBSPs.
All right, here we go. This is what we had talked about. This is what we were waiting for here at this point as they try to go here. Oh, there's a little bit of a brake lock up in front of him, and that's going to allow for them to get on by. Here comes Fordzilla, side by side, down the front straightaway. Fordzilla piecing their way through traffic. They are absolutely going for it.
That checkup was exactly what they needed, and so they've got a lapped car, Matt Danson, in between them briefly. He's going to brake, doesn't want to be a part of that battle. Roos has to give it up, and he slides it into turn one, trying to send it in as deep as he can. That wasn't a lockup that we saw. That was SRB Motorsport 245 spinning in avoidance of another spinning car in front of them, and so they've lost time to Locals Autosport. That makes it even more comfortable to the 113 for the potential win.
Oh my goodness, so there is that drama starting to fire off. Team Fordzilla now has to try to close down 4.5 seconds here in about 10 minutes. I don't know if they're going to be able to do it, although they were still about a second ahead of them here as they go. Let's take a look at this replay. This got insane here as we look at, this isn't a replay, this is a side-by-side of what we're seeing up through the field.
Yeah, exactly. And now, not only has Over the Limit Blue lost the lead, but Blue by Techie is right behind them. In fact, the 14, I thought that they weren't looking at a win today. I thought it was just maybe a podium, but they've caught up to the leader, essentially. It's about 2 seconds to HundredForce. Yes, it's 11 minutes left, but if they can push hard, they could maybe vie for the overall, or for the class win.
Yeah, they very well could. This is not out of the realm of possibility that they could pull this off here at this point. As let's see if they can do this. I mean, everything coming to play here.
Oh, and wait a minute. Did Beaver Grease Racing actually come out ahead of Locals Autosport? They did. Wow, so they must have had a super quick stop. I was wrong. I thought that they didn't have enough of a gap. It is 10 seconds between the 8:15 and the 1:13. Beaver Grease Racing Plus has managed to time it out just enough that they are in the lead and done with their last pit stop.
My goodness, and oh, this is coming down into pit lane. Blue by Techie coming into the pits.
What has happened there? Is that a penalty? No. I don't see a black flag next to them. This is strange.
They just miscalculated the fuel. I wonder if that's exactly what happened here.
Yeah, I mean, that's the best guess. Yeah, because there's nothing from race control. There's no indication that they went over the incident limit. This has to be a pure miscalculation on their part.
Yeah, I mean, this just has to be a miscalculation there for them. As you said, there is not any apparent problem there for them. No black flags being displayed. As now we watch over the Limit Racing Blue and PPF Racing Team. This is the battle for P2 in the GT3 category.
Wow, things have changed around quite a bit in GT3 here in these last few minutes of the race. And I think this is, yeah, you're right, this is the battle for P2 between the pair of them. And they're coming up to finish the lap here. I think going to be something like 7 to go here.
Yeah, I think that's about what we're down to. We're under 10 minutes to go. I can tell you that here at this point. As they try to be able to get themselves forward. And here comes PPF. They're really putting the pressure here to the back of that car. We ride on board the 227 Porsche as they look feverishly this way and that on the Over the Limit Racing Blue machine.
Down to the inside into Bussine. He needs the exit off the corner, though. That's the critical part. Lets it drift out wide, and that is going to be P2 for PPF.
All right, there it is. A great run off of the corner. They made it play there at that point. I can't believe they made it work, but they certainly did.
I'm a bit surprised at how many drivers we're seeing pit in. Beerskin by Simsa pitting. MTS Garage has been in. I've seen at least 4 or 5 other cars also stop in the last couple laps. This might be tires, this might be fuel, but you don't typically see so many get it wrong right to the very end.
No, you really don't. I am very, very surprised by that. Oh, big spin there for the number 58. That's A&R Endurance Esports 58. I think they may have picked up a penalty point as a result of that. They're down in pit lane.
Yep, they are indeed serving the penalty now. And SRB Motorsports, the 181, also has a black flag, I assume, for similar incident limit violation. Unfortunately, a lot of drivers just could not keep it within the boundaries enough times, and you can see how tough it is at some spots as they certainly drift wide at some of these corners, trying to use the speed and momentum of these cars.
Yeah, exactly, and just kind of drifted out there a little bit too much, try to push the limits a little bit. We take a look at a replay here. This is, big move down to the inside, and that was going to be contact. I think that was Grow Racing Team Blue and Altus Esports 30.
And Altus was just given another black flag, if I'm seeing right. Is that for the contact that we just had there? That'd be a bit strange. No, they had their black flags cleared, it looks like. So put that on the other end. Okay, yeah, I was going to say, I think that was, that was maybe in regards to them being pushed over the incident limit by that wreck. I'm not sure entirely. Oh, and they have a blown tire we're just getting information on. So that is what's happening there. So I guess, is that maybe to allow them to go to the finish?
Yeah, maybe at that point, or maybe it's just insult to injury. They're not entirely sure what that is for. PPF Esports, though, has been able to get by over the Limit Racing Blue. They find themselves in second in the GT3 class.
Man, Team Fordzilla just about pulled this one off, I have to say. It's not over, mind you. I'm not calling it yet, but they're 3.7 seconds off of Peter Zuba's race onion number 15. We're 5 minutes left. They'd have to gain a lot of laps a lot of time very quickly here. Oh, and that's Fordzilla right there. They're going to lose second as WSR goes right by them. They spun into turn one.
Too much speed carried into the corner, and that is enough to throw them off what was a perfectly executed strategy all the way across here, coming back to bite them in the final minutes.
I think they had help. I think the Yellow Submarine 533 BMW made some contact. This is going to confirm it right here, down into the corner. Yeah, there it is.
Oh, and if you are Team Fordzilla at this point, the blood has got to be up. That has got to be a very, very angry couple of drivers, I would have to imagine.
Absolutely. I mean, especially considering they have run a brilliant strategy today. The tire saving they did was unbelievable, and it was so close to getting them a win. I didn't think it was possible at that stage, or likely, I should say. It didn't look likely there before that accident, but it was close. I mean, they within a few seconds. Even lap traffic could have changed that, so it definitely could have been a victory. But that spin put paid to that essentially at this stage. They're back to 10 seconds behind with 4 minutes to go. And the Race Onion guys are breathing a sigh of relief.
Yeah, they were, because we know the speed that they had in terms of that Team Fordzilla BMW. They were so close behind, so ready to be able to get themselves up forward. It could have been such a close battle, and just seeing it all slip away there, absolutely heartbreaking. We look right now, though, at the battle. HundredForce and PPF Racing Team right now. HundredForce in the Mercedes. They've got about 9/10 of a second over PPF Racing Team. Can they hold this out for the final couple of laps?
And the other question is, do they have enough fuel? It's 34 laps into this stint, so it's a bit long. Hopefully they've got enough, because it is close to PPF Racing behind them. That's going to be a double whammy of difficulty, holding it off on just these last few laps. Like we said, Gail Valero is a black stripe driver. They are the pro level on the road side of things, so they know what they're doing. And HundredForce, by the way, DJ, up 9 positions from where they started, so they have really pulled a coup on this race.
Yeah, they really have. They've just got to hope that they can hold on to it here at this point. And because that PPF Racing Team Porsche continues to get larger and larger in that rear view camera here at this point. Some lap traffic in the form of, I believe that's Transport Engineers by Vilnius Tech, that they're going to have to get around here as they run. But such a great day here out for these drivers. They have just got to hope that they can hold this out. I think we're probably looking at about 2 laps to go here.
Down to the apex, having to deal with that lap traffic. You are correct. It is 2 laps to go, because Zuba just crossed the line with about 2:44, and it's a minute 30 something for a lap. So easy math for us, thankfully, at 3 minutes for 2 laps as we ride on board with our chasing number 227, trying to keep up. Lap traffic here getting in the way in the form of an LMP3.
The form of an LMP3 there. I think they're a little bit heads up of what's going on, trying to stick out of the way as much as possible and not cause that much of an issue here at that point. Looks like they're doing a good job of just sticking clear as much as they can. That's going to leave that battle to it. But look at PPF. They're all over the back of the Mercedes.
Maynard is getting the utmost in a test of pressure here. What does he have in that 171? 3,500 iRating, so he is no slouch, but certainly does not compare to the 227's driver right now. And LMP3 again going to try and go between them. In fact, he gets into the side of the leader. He knocks him out. PPF will inherit the lead.
Oh my goodness, more drama coming out to make here at this point. And there it is. PPF granted what looks to be a surefire victory courtesy of more contact.
MTS Garage is not going to get a Christmas card from that 100-Force team. That was the car that got into the side of them. I don't think they were fighting for position, and they may have been somewhat close. Well, I guess there is some poetic justice, though, because it looks like MTS has gone over the incident limit with that contact.
All right, there it is. So that is going to send them back down into pit lane there at this point in PPF. There you can see the gap on your screen. Live look at it here at this point. The 227 working their way around. They've got a gap of about 3 seconds here. MTS Garage going to be sliding back down through the order. Joe, let's take another look at it.
This is 100% on the MTS car, I think. He should know that that's a battle for the lead right there. Yes, I can understand him trying to go through one car, but two of them into that corner, just that's too much to me.
Yeah, I've got to kind of agree with you there on that. Just a little bit too much to try to chuck into that corner. Not exactly what you want to have happen. And unfortunately there, that's going to come back to bite him. But we've only got about 20 seconds left to go in this race. This is the last lap for Race Onion for the number 15 as they bring the Acura around the last couple of corners.
They managed this one perfectly. When they had that weird stop in the middle that was kind of off sequence, I questioned it. I wondered. But it worked out perfectly for them, and you can see now they are clear by not the biggest of margins, but enough.
Well, it is enough to be the first when you cross over the line, and that is going to be all that matters here at this point as the number 15 comes across the start-finish line, weaving back and forth. It is Peter Zuba and Race Onion that take victory here at Mugello.
And I believe the 227 is going to be our next to take victory in class. There you can see PPF Racing Team. Gail Valero got in and drove the wheels off this car to take a win here at Mugello.
Absolutely remarkable for them. Obviously, that contact's coming back to help them a little bit more, but still, nonetheless, they're going to be very, very happy with that result. As we look back on Beaver Grease Racing Plus in the 815, the last of your class leaders to take over the line.
Well, they proved me wrong. I thought for sure that fuel strategy of theirs was not going to work out. Locals Autosport was not close enough to capitalize, and that made the difference. Beaver Grease Racing Plus will win for the LMP3s.
They will win for the LMP3s here at this point. A great run for them, and that pit stop strategy getting them a gap of about 27 seconds.
Yeah, that was much bigger than I anticipated there. I thought for sure Locals Autosports would just swallow up that gap and cruise on the lead and take the victory. Still a second place, though. I have to say they need to be happy with that in that 113 as they just crossed the line there. Wow, man, that race had a little bit of everything.
Yeah, it really and truly did. As they were able to get their way in there. Just remarkable stuff. I mean, you had drama, only one safety car. We've had some scruffy races in the past. This was not one of them. I was really predicting this was going to be a pretty crazy day out there, and that did not happen.
Yeah, and looks like we'll get the results here in just a second. But the Mugello podium awaits its multiple winners and podium finishers here for this race. I suspect that contact that we saw that changed the lead there at the end of the GT3s is probably going to be looked at post-race, and we might see a post-race penalty for the 111, but don't quote me on that. I'm expecting it to be likely.
I am too, but right now we are joined by Marcus Deck and Peter Zuba as you see the results on your screen. Gentlemen, an absolute brilliant strategy played out to perfection. How great does this feel to be able to take the victory here at Mugello?
Yeah, it was a very nice race. First of all, thank you, Marcus, for joining me. It was a great fun as always. And yeah, strategy worked out really well. We calculated the fuel literally to perfection. So that was very well done, and was a really nice race with regards to strategy against VSR and Fordzilla. So props to them. Was a tight race. Was fun.
Well, Yeah, go ahead, Marcus.
Yeah, I don't really have anything more to say to that, except that I think Peter can agree when I say that we would like to have a bit more tires left at the end. It didn't really play out during the first stop. We did a small mistake there as well with fueling slightly too much. We kind of gambled a bit on more safety cars, but I mean, good that we didn't have the many for the others, like for the general race. But yeah, we would like to have more tires at the end, but it worked out, so it's fine.
Well, it worked out. And talk to me about those last couple of laps there. Marcus, I want to start with you on that, because obviously you're probably behind the scenes watching the call. What was the flood of emotions there when you saw the incident there with Team Fordzilla and Abel Torres?
I mean, it was unfortunate for them, really. It's I think they really could have a shot for the win, challenge us, because I mean, we cannot be 100% certain, but we believe they had much faster tires, and according to their lap times, they would definitely get to us and probably pass us, because Peter had really problems with tires at the end. It's just a bit sad. I mean, we're competitors. Obviously, we want to win, but I mean that it had to end like this. It's unfortunate, but I mean, sadly, it's racing. It's part of it. So.
Well, part of racing, and now to the both of you, I want to ask, how do you anticipate your next run coming on in as we head to Road Atlanta?
We have high hopes as well, because I think our car, despite whatever BOP will get, still probably be the best one in terms of pure pace. And next round it will actually be Benz and Robin driving for us, so hopefully they put in the preparation time, and then I think they can also get the pole position and the victory.
Well, all right, gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us up here in the booth. Go ahead and celebrate. Congratulations here today.
Thank you, gents. Have a good one.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right. Thank you. That was your victors up in the OBSP Championship, OBSP category here at this point. Peter Zuba and Marcus Deck. Joe, a great race run by both of them there.
It really was, and it looks like we've got we've got Armalis Montas. I don't see Andre Timofeyev with us. Armalis, you guys honestly had me doubting on if you would take the win there at the end, because I saw how far you were into your stint, but I thought that you were going to come out behind Locals Autosport. Did you feel confident?
No. Really, it was really a tire and fuel saving game, and we gambled with the first stop. So we tanked only half of the tank, and we got the meatball exactly at the same time when the safety car came. So it came perfectly. So we did the full stop, and then it was really, I was saving the tires because I was not sure if I will manage 1.5 hours or not, but we were lucky.
Wow, that is incredibly lucky. I don't know if we were even aware that you had gotten that meatball flag for the flat right at the caution. This is also your first win of the season. Is that a big monkey off your back?
Yeah, because we had so much good starts in Aragon and Long Beach, and all races ended in the middle. So it was really tough for a team, but now it's good feeling.
I can only imagine, after chasing it for so long in the season, do you feel like that will have an effect on your race for the rest of it? Does that kind of take the pressure off, or does it give you the confidence to try and go out and win some more?
I'm not sure. Let's see. I hope it will be easier now, but we have the very competitive field, and multi-class has some strange
say no more.
So but today it was very good, so we were cautious, and
multi-class will always keep things interesting and keep it in the air. But I mean, congratulations. A well-run race that, as you said, timed to perfection. So go enjoy the win.
Yep, thank you.
That was Mantis Armalis taking the victory with his teammate Andre there in the 815 Beaver Grease Racing Plus. DJ, I believe you've caught up with PPF Racing, who had a second to last lap pass for the win.
I have indeed. Gail Vallejo joining us up here in the booth. And Gail, talk me through those last couple of laps. Your emotions had to be all over the place.
No, it was quite fine actually. Like, I knew the pace I had, and I saw everybody was struggling with fuel actually. So on that, I was quite fine. But obviously, when it comes down to the wire, you expect the worst, and you try your best. And the worst happened for what's the team again? HundredForce. Fortunate for them because they did an amazing job to get up in the front. But yeah, at least they are still P2. They're still in there.
Yeah, it certainly was. But how was the car today? We obviously were focusing in on you, but tire wear obviously the big talking point today. But it looked like you were on pretty full charge here at this point.
Yeah, thankfully our strategy helped us for me to push till the end. Basically, we didn't change the tire on the first stint and beneficiated from the safety car. And well, it was full push, like no other word. Go from the back and push and hope nothing else happens, because another safety car would have compromised the strategy. But thankfully, everything went smooth.
Well, everything went very smooth for you, and everything went great. Are we going to expect another run like that when we head out to Road Atlanta in a few weeks' time?
You never know. You never know.
All right. Well, best of luck to you there when we get out there, and we'll see you on the track, my friend.
Thank you. See you next time.
All right. See ya. That was Gail Valero, driver of the 227, the PPF Racing Team Machine. A great run there for them. And Joe, a great race that provided action all the way through. What are your closing thoughts on what has been a fantastic run through the Tuscan countryside?
Well, I have to say that I think this is going to set us up for a fun one at Road Atlanta is what it shows us, because remember, Road Atlanta is a lot shorter of a lap and there's a lot fewer opportunities to try and get by traffic even than here. So if this one was wild and crazy, then that one's going to be bonkers.
It's going to be bonkers indeed, and make sure to join us for that. That's going to be February 17th. It's coming up just in a few weeks' time, so make sure to join us here for that. But in the meantime, this has been the all-time 4 hours of Toscana. My name has been DJ Clark, joined alongside Joe Peak. We want to give a big thank you to everybody behind the scenes here at OBS World for putting on this event as part of the OBS Endurance Cup powered by HundredForce. It's been a pleasure to bring you the racing action here today. And until we see you on the track, thanks for watching.